Becca, bitch. You're about to get vile. Yeah. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. Ain't shit old but my wealth. And my oppie's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin when I'm working on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, yeah, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I be flexing like the dudes high on tread, all natural. Better give her tens. They say, Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey, Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs, I'm a woman instead. My eggs, fertile, healthy, and femme. My trays, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day.
Hey, B, no way a little dude like you is gonna change my ways.
It's time you were tempted with a taste of nuts and honey.
Hulk Hogan doesn't eat nuts and honey.
Take this. An unbeatable part of this nutritious breakfast.
That's better than a body slam.
Undefeated.
And still champion.
It's a honey of the night. It's Honey Nut Cheerios.
Tonight.
SDL. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Speed 3 CCA, bitch. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke.
With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber.
DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too hottie.
SDL with a dollar sign, yo.
B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool.
Face fat, ass fat, saying that. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Haters got no grip, that's priceless. Haters got no dishes, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, come try us.
You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thought. You wanna fight? Let's get bloody like Carrie. I'm queen of the prom.
SDL with a dollar sign, ho.
B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool.
Top of the Indies now on top of the charts.
We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts. Coral.
Back in an SDL, bitch.
Me and Steph are the dream that's inception.
Face fat, ass, big money, say that.
Two bad bitches, one hot track.
It's two bad bitches,
Two bad bitches, one hot track. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool.
Top of the Indies now on top of the charts.
We're spending our cash and breaking your heart. Two bad bitches, one hot track.
for Jim Cornette Strike Through. Sponsored by Stephen P.U. Send an email to our crew, buy a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette Strike Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen. Watch as Corny cuts a promo on that bitch at Dairy Queen. Hear a tale of Smoky Mountain and some stories from the South.
Then make like Vince McMahon and shove a sandwich in your mouth.
It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Taking questions you will ask. Talking wrestling from the past with his co-host Brian Last. It's Jim Cornette's podcast.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah. What's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live like my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves
It's Wednesday night. You know what that means. PWT Live coming at you from the intranets. I am your host, Phil Marks. Alongside me, Excalibur.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
What's up, guys? Welcome to another edition of PWT Live Show. I'm your host, Phil Marks, the infallible one. And we got Big Bang Theory on as we await Dynamite. Great lead-in show here. My wife just rewatched this whole show here. How y'all doing, man? It's getting beautiful out. So I don't blame you if you guys are catching the replays, okay? So just so people know, in YouTube land, a lot of people say, oh, the new year in February, these are the worst months. It's not really. It's like May and September, like transitional months, you know? And so I just appreciate you all because we're still having motherfuckers tuning in droves. And I appreciate you, the PWT Universe. Round of applause for you all for spending time with me here. So, guys, we have Dynamite on deck. We have Jordan Grace being unsafe in NXT, which is one of the most phenomenal episodes of NXT. We have Awful Wrestling coming on tonight. Actually, he can't because I didn't. So AEW booked themselves a book. Tony Khan booked a book. I booked a book for us. It's amazing. And there we go. Yeah, I fucked up. I knew I forgot to do one thing. And I have a podcast with the Squared Circle Maniacs where we preview Backlash coming out in the morning tomorrow, Thursday morning for you guys. So that'll be amazing. And we had an absolute blast. Those guys are a breeze to stream with. And yeah, I'm going to have Johnny Bottles, I think, is going to come watch Backlash with us on Saturday as well. So round of applause for that. That's amazing. And we just wanted to record one. I like to record. I like to get, when I have first-time people come, I typically like to get them like on my Spotify and Apple and everything too, like, hey, here's like a podcast of us. Here's a bit about them and do the introductory thing. And then the live show, we can just chill out, hang out, crack, So, again, everything's episodic here. We chronicle things here. It's all episodic. You can't miss one, or then you got to go back. But what else, man? We have Will Ospreay's utterly delusional about WWE. We have Warner Brothers basically being like, we tap out to Netflix and we tap out to... if this Superman thing doesn't work, we're pretty much fucked. What else? We got a bunch there in the description. Alberto Del Rio and AAA stuff. Okay, and I talk a little bit about this on the pod with the Squared Circle Maniacs tomorrow as well. But it was yesterday, Time Cop. And what else? I did have the description. I should know. It's your show. You think you'd prep it, right, Phil? So Darby Allen's doing kick flips on mountains, climbing Mount Everest. So we got all of that. And yeah, we should have Awful Wrestling join us because AEW's like, we're dropping a book. And then I'm like, okay, well, now Awful's got to come respond to the book and AEW news and whatnot. So let's check in with chat, and then we're going to preview. And if you're over on X, I didn't plug anything. So YouTube.com/@prowrestletimes, @prowrestleclips. You guys already know you're already there. If you're on X and you support what I do and you have a YouTube channel, just come subscribe. Even if you want to watch me on X, just come hit that subscribe or whatever. Appreciate you all so much. Or don't do that. Tell me to fuck myself. Whatever works. And yeah, you can become a member, 99 cents. You can super chat in, or you can just hit like or dislike, leave a comment, whatever you do. Appreciate you. We're going to preview Dynamite, and then I'm going to check in with chat. Actually, no, I'll check in with chat first because I missed chat. And it's such a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. What a day. What a day. Riding high on the east side. Made a right on MLK. Oh, yeah. Let's go. TK Mark, a member for 2 months. Round of applause for TK Mark. You're fucking hilarious, dude. And I don't think what you are, dude, is You're like muted probably if Meltzer stopped responding, but TK Mark will say hilarious things that like has gotten Dave to respond to him, you know? So hilarious, wacko, sicko, whatever. Or Phildo, I guess is what we coined last show. Dashing Purpool gifted 1 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. That is amazing. I acknowledge me. And yeah, how you doing, Dashing? So let me check in. Will Ospreay needs to be in the ring with Jacob Fatu or Gunther. They'll show him the Real Pro Wrestling playing AC Odyssey while listening. Okay, I'll try and call the Dynamite action. Right now, Sheldon Cooper is in a hilarious happenstance with West Side. Okay. Better release an audiobook, but AEW viewers can't. Okay, come on. That's not very fair. Come on. That's not very fair, Cash Monet, to suggest that AEW fans can't read. I'm an AEW fan. I can read. I can read dollar signs. I've always watched and communicated here. Thank you, though. Right on, man. God bless you. And thank you, Brett Wall, for being here. Lincoln, Purpool will take you for as long as you got. Yeah. Evening, y'all. Evening. Okay, well, let's get into stuff. Hey, Flute World Order, Benjamin Shelton. We got to talk about Benjamin Shelton, my favorite wrestler. Oh, I mean, sorry, dude. He's my favorite wrestler, dude. I wrestled him in 2018. Sorry, I can't. My Hogan's like Vince a little bit. I gotta fix that. What up from Cali? Hell yeah, dude. I was just singing some Nate Dogg there. Touche. Here we go. I think Ospreay out wrestles Nikita Lyons. Well, you may be right there. Okay, let's talk about AEW Dynamite. We'll preview it, and then we're gonna jump around, jump up, and get down to some other news until Awful gets in here. And hopefully he can. I don't know. We might have him like an hour. We might have him longer. We might have him shorter than that. It's just a matter of like, yeah, he's on the road and shit, so he's gracious with his time. And so we're going to get him in here eventually. So anyways, though, we have Will Ospreay. We have Bruv. We'll hear from him. And I'm sure he's going to respond to the Twitter outrage that he's reading right now. He's probably listening to the show and like, well, Bruv, you fall down, get back up, Bruv. You know, it's better than when they yeet, Bruv. And so we'll hear from him what he's got to say. Hangman will appear live. They leave nothing to like, because there's an element of when Raw starts and then you see who's showing up at the building and you're like, oh, this guy's here, this guy's here, this guy's here. They just announce everything way in advance, man. Tony, you've been doing the same shit for 6 years. Like, change that. Announce a couple things, 3-4 things, 3 things, really big things. Or like not even big things, just like couple matches, whatever. And then you can fill in the blanks as you go and tell some stories and leave some like, we don't know what to expect out of it, you know? But anyways, we'll see Hangman Page. He'll appear live. Jamie Hayter does a sit down with Renee. Okay. I mean, all right. I like Jamie Hayter, but pourquoi? We'll see. Ricochet and the Bucks, just the most hated motherfuckers on earth. Oh my god. Versus Bailey, Briscoe, and Swerve. So I'm cool with that. Kevin Knight is in a Continental Championship Eliminator match. Why? He's been a tag team with Bailey pretty much since he's got an AEW. And I don't think, what's his record, like 1-3 or 1-4 or whatever on Dynamite? He gets a Continental Championship Eliminator match where Okada's just going to whoop this kid's ass. And like, what does he get? I understand people are like, experience points. Dude, turn Ring of Honor into NXT. Do what WWE does then, where Becky will go and get someone over and then, you know, she's back on the main roster or whatever. Like, you got to really figure this out, because this doesn't help Kevin Knight. It's just all these guys. It's just Okada beating him into powder, and the sentiment on Okada is he's fucking washed, man. So AEW Women's World Championship Eliminator 4-way. Why is Tony having these Eliminator matches constantly every week? Why isn't she just defending the title then? And then why are they all? What makes everybody just deserve eliminators? Like, why does Thunder Rosa and Penelope and Anna Jay all deserve to be in this above like someone else? You know, where's Megan Bain, for instance? Why? Why is it just because you got to fit them all in the card and they got to brawl after and there's going to be a run out and Megan Bain's going to come out in F5 everyone or whatever? Like, it's so fucking silly. It's so silly. You could easily just, okay, Tony can just talk. Just give her a segment to cut a goddamn promo, no runouts, no interference, no nothing like that. Or maybe where someone sends like a video package in or something like that. But according to Dave, Tony can't. AEW fans, they're too ADD. They can't watch packages. 1 second into a package, Brian, and they just go away. I love package. I love Will Ospreay's package. Tony Khan. And then we have Samoa Joe versus Castagnoli. So let them cook. Okay, as the kids would say. Joe, yeah. God damn it. I want Joe to win that world title. It's just not going to happen, obviously. I think he's like a proven guy that they need to run with. And fans love him. And they have placeholder trios titles on him. Him and Castagnoli will have a decent match. Claudio, how the fuck is he like less relevant than what he was in WWE as well? That's what drives me insane. And he was a guy that Tony clearly just was like, I need to just have, you know. And he's probably friends with Moxley and shit, you know. Those guys all go way back. But yeah, man, I don't know. Like, I don't care about making predictions. That match will be good, but again, a match, I guess Joe is feuding with the Bumbleclot clan, so we'll see what happens, what comes of all of this. And overall, maybe we'll get an update from Darby Allin and a skateboard. So let me see where we're at here. I'm trying to Nick Gage everything out here. Okay, so nothing from Awful. So we're going to save AEW news for when that fool gets in here, okay? We actually, okay. So here, I'm actually going to bookmark this for AEW news as well, because that will be fun. So let's start with light news, as we do. And I'm just trying to see where we begin, which will be in miscellaneous or TNA. We do have like an abundance of miscellaneous, so we'll start here for sure, and then we'll get to TNA news. Ladies and gentlemen, where is my bad news Barrett? Bum, bum, bum.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Del Rio is so washed. Here's a clip that was posted of him just looking washed. I didn't watch this actually, so we'll determine together, chat. And this is him at a Triple Mania show recently. So the table didn't break. Now that the Fed owns AAA, you know that we're getting sniped like when me and Awful were talking Charlotte Tiffy. You know what I mean? David, this crowd is reacting so hot. For real. The crowd was like, woo! And it's a packed house. Again, I'm not going to justify, like, I'm not saying bring Del Rio back or anything, but I don't know, just the table didn't break. That was a fuck-ass Mexican table. The Japanese tables infamously, you know, with some indie tables as well. So it's like, this is just an I am the table thing, if anything, so far that I'm seeing. Now the table, like, breaks. Just double stomp them, dude. Yeah, just do a running elbow or something. Oh, my God, yeah. I don't know. That's more brutal. And then the quick count. That's more brutal what happened, though. When the table doesn't break, it gives it, like, we all know how stiff that must have been and shit. So here was the taping from the show. So it was packed. Conan. Shout out Conan, doing good business over there. So yeah, moving along here. Tetsuya Naito, his backstage comments after his final scheduled New Japan match. He says, I'm not sure if it will be the next tour next year or the year after. I don't even know if it'll be New Japan, but you'll see me again somewhere. Very cryptic, okay? And he was very emotional in that. Also, I think there's another update on him. He is set to get eye surgery after being diagnosed with bilateral superior oblique muscle paralysis in late 2024. After his eye surgery, he plans to have stem cell treatment on his right knee. He confirmed that he's not retiring, but plans to slow ride, take it easy for the rest of May at the very least. So where does he go? Tony Khan is going to throw buckets of money at this guy. We know that for sure, just because he's such a fan of him. You have to understand that's all it boils down. Okada's there. His friends are there, right? And WWE, I mean, yeah, they're bringing in a Jeff Cobb, allegedly, but, you know, do they want to bring in a Naito, or are they looking at him like, hey, maybe you could help with negotiations or with relationships or talent or whatever as we expand to Japan? Maybe that could be parts of it, but at the same time, I just think Tony will be like $1 million a year, you know, and he'll just do that. So it makes sense, you know, and then he can just wrestle like whenever. Ibushi's on the roster getting paid. Okada, he barely wrestles, you know, and then Naito can just go there and like phone it in and shit. Makes sense. But he also is very like anti-American wrestling in general, but I think he probably would hate on WWE more than the average bear. But at the same token, money talks. So Carl Anderson is 500 days sober. Fucking air horns for this guy. And he says, the machine gun is like 500 something days stone cold sober. I feel great. I feel great. Next level, not drinking beer. I feel great. My health is through the roof. Listen, yeah, beer is such an inflammatory, but it's so fucking good, bro. I was one of the best wrestlers around anyway. I just never got credit for it. I was one of the best wrestlers ever, and I was hungover half the time. But now that I'm not even hungover, I feel like I'm effing 22 again. That's a effing shoot hoot. Yeah, good for him, man. Hopefully he gets that money and stays doing the damn thing. So the Killer Goat Show. So Killer Kelly, Myron Reed, both have appeared on PWT, believe it or not, on PWT podcast. Killer Kelly, former TNA Knockout, or still TNA Knockout, but just doing her thing. And they're doing this Killer Goat Show. They've been touring around sort of as a unit, you know, going and doing these shows. And yeah, Myron Reed's like the guy you wrestle when you don't, like when you leave WWE or TNA and shit, or AEW, you know, you go and wrestle him. He's like the sort of the litmus test of like, if you can hang with him, and he's an OG rascal. So yeah, let's see this. They have this new, I believe this is like a show or a trailer for something.
This is the Killer Goat Show, and we are live from the studio. And tonight we have...
And Killer Kelly's also in a horror movie, Arachnid, that I think just came out. It's like an indie film.
Juiciest show ever.
In Ohio, May 17th, the Young Goat starts enrollment. And the first class is going to be in session. It's going to be a master class. Roll the footage. Pro Wrestling Revolver World Champion, the Young Goat here, that gives opportunities to the less fortunate, guys like BDE.
Possible side effects of the use of this product might be a severe ass whooping by the young goat. Use responsibly.
They need to do more of this. I fucking love that. More of that, please. Chat lit up for Killer Kelly. There, I see. Former WWF star Mike Duke Drosy, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, arrested in Tennessee on attempted child exploitation charge.
You what?
Yeah, dude. You know what I say.
Be gone.
Throw away the key, dude. Ric Flair, woo, says, I'm sorry people have been misled by social media, but I don't have cancer of any kind. I did not see that, but thank God, Rick. Thank you for your concerns and for everyone reaching out. I am absolutely fine, and unfortunately, you'll have to live and put up with me for another 25 years. Woo! Just don't wrestle again. So there's a defamation lawsuit that's been filed against Janelle Grant's attorney. Okay, and he's this big. Is that him? Oh, Joe Rogan. I didn't know you started doing law. I didn't know you studied past the bar. Moving along. No, anyone? Brian Kennison, an update on his future with OVW Wrestling. And he was the chief commercial officer. Got promoted after that Netflix show where everyone sort of fell in love with him. You know, if you saw that show Wrestlers on Netflix, you know, Brian Kennison, everybody sort of, well, I just said it, fell in love with it. I just repeat, so nice. He's so nice. I had to say it twice, but oops. So he says, a lot of folks have been asking what my role at OVW looks like now that Morley Sports Management has taken over. So there's a new, it's been sold, I guess. So the owners from the Netflix show don't own the shit anymore. Well, I'm really thrilled to announce that I've accepted the position of chief commercial officer. So he's been promoted and will be continuing to help OVW grow as we enter this new and exciting era. I've really loved getting to know Rob and his team, and I'm beyond excited to see how far we can go. If our last week of meetings has been any indication, Louisville is in for some big surprises, and OVW is about to make an impact like never before. I love it. And OVW, and then he put the Impact in there. Maybe they start working with TNA a little bit. OVW wrestlers have always been, you know, AEW's always worked with them. So has WWE. They've always, you know, Layla Gray and stuff like that. But that Netflix doc, I think if the new people who bought it watched that, then they understood the value in this kid and like how hard he's fucking, or kid, he's probably older than me, but like how hard this dude's worked. Like if you watch that documentary, he's like missing his kid, his visitation with his kid to, you know, bring these guys drinks and shit as they're struggling with business and stuff like that. Like I don't know. He just goes above and beyond, and I'm glad he got this promotion. So here's a clip of the Macho Man Randy Savage, or Bonesaws, ready. Yeah, got you for 3 minutes of playtime. Oh, yeah. Behind the scenes of Macho Man Randy Savage's iconic cameo in Spider-Man, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, as Bonesaws, ready.
Yes, the Macho Man Randy Savage, a.k.a. Bonesaw McGraw, doing the Spider-Man movie right over here in California.
What state? I don't even know what state I'm in. Yeah, I'm in Metropolis. Maybe I'm in Gotham. Oh yeah, I'm all over the place. I'm in fictional worlds. I'm in real ones. Yeah. And I'm about to pick each one of those 8 legs off this 8-legged freak. You know what? Oh yeah. Jesus Christ. Get me a Slim Jim and I'll power up. Just don't no-sell my elbow drop like Hulk Hogan.
Bonesaw McGraw, the toughest guy that ever lived, and everybody's got confidence in me because they put up money.
And if you're a comic book mark, when you Phil Marks, bookmarks, you know, him being Bonesaw McGraw is just legendary, you know?
And I back it up because we don't have to pay anybody $3,000 because I beat up everybody, you know what the deal? Until they get this unknown guy. There's always one person that ruins the party, and we got this guy called Spider-Man. Beat him up, knock him out. Sam Raimi taught me so much. It's unbelievable, man. Just follow him around. Everybody knows he knows the deal, you know what I mean? And we just kind of like kind of have blind faith. You know, it's just the opposite of wrestling. They send you out there on your own. It's kind of live at 5, but over here, he's got that POV. I've learned some 3 letters to put together now. You know what I mean? I'll be directing pretty soon, I think. You know, I don't know. These guys know what they're doing. Columbia Pictures, and it's pretty sweet. I'm just glad to be a part of it.
POV and not like that Buster Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan. Ooh, yeah. Learn what POV was.
Get me over here. I don't know, man. I'm not acting. I'm actually trying to beat these guys. You know, I'm into my own thing. I guess that makes me a good actor when you get into the role. You know, I woke up this morning and somebody said, "Hey, Randy, how you doing?" I said, "Hey, Bonesaw, how you doing?" You know what I mean? So I'm into the character. You know what I mean? If that's a good thing. That's cool. If it's an ego problem that I have, then that's bad. Bonesaw.
Damn, we lost him too soon.
Yes, the Macho.
Got you for 3 minutes of playtime. So Nick Camarato says, "I'm officially cleared and open for business, now available for bookings." So don't tell me that this big hairy dude on the left, you can't find something to do with that guy in NXT. Fuck whatever, how old he is, on the main roster, in TNA, in AEW, in Ring of Honor. What were they doing? This guy's just got heel written all big top fucking heel heater written all over him, right? So I just have no idea. Someone just sign him. I don't know. He can wrestle good too, at least the little bit that he was going. Now, I'm not saying he's like God's gift, and I don't know how old he is or whatever, but Jesus Christ, man. Someone book this guy. Book Camarato. And so OVW's hiring, right? New management, they're hiring, except for they misspelt Lesnar, Lesner, in the opening paragraph. So hire me and I'll fix that up for you there. So here's Gabe Kidd saying that The Rock is catching buzz off wearing New Japan shirts, bruv.
There was a picture of The Rock wearing a New Japan shirt. What was your thoughts on that?
He's trying to catch a buzz off what's hot. Listen, couldn't care less. Couldn't care less about Dwayne.
Really?
Dwayne.
The final boss?
Don't care. If he wants to come to New Japan, I'll slap him up, no problem. But
is it official? You're challenging The Rock?
It's Dwayne Johnson, bro. It's Dwayne Johnson. He was in Jumanji too.
A great movie.
What's he gonna come up?
A great movie.
Nah, you're crazy.
Tooth Fairy also was amazing.
You need to go in the psych ward, not me. That's mad. Jumanji
Plan
2 crazy.
also was an amazing film. Fantastic stuff. You need to go back and watch it. There was a picture of The Rock wearing a New Japan shirt. What was your thoughts on that?
He's trying to catch a buzz off what?
Yeah, I don't know. I like the old Jumanji better. You know? The one where they're in the game isn't as cool. It's cooler when the game comes out of the thing. So Power Slap is doing a pro wrestling focused fucking season. Man.
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
Casanova Valentine, Mecha Wolf, Juicy Finau. So, like, you don't want to get slapped by that guy. Do you hear me? Zicky Dice, who I see, the outlandish Zicky Dice, who's trained by Seth Rollins. Is Seth Rollins his friend? Okay, he's not listed here, but he's here. So yeah, he's got a big show coming up too. Actually, when is that, man? Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Well, Zicky's a good dude nonetheless, okay? And yeah, he's Seth's friend. He was like the lead singer of some band. You think you can kick me out of the band? And then he was in NWA where he was really good. And then TNA for a little bit. He's always been sort of like a jobber kind of guy, but he's going to go do Power Slap. Zicky, you don't got to do this, bro. You don't got to do this. Hollywood Haley J, Christy Janes, Marty the Moth, the Suavectios, Danny Moe, but like Hollywood Haley J, she was on that OVW Netflix wrestler show on Netflix. You're doing this power slap because it gets no views. The thing it's not a draw. It fucking sucks. It's stupid. Dana White saw all the social media impressions, and someone worked him into saying, yeah, dude, impressions is like, and that is how the business works a bit, but impressions, like, in the grand scheme of thing, dude, it just, like, if I scroll past your shit, that's like, if I scroll, go, oh, power slap, that's dumb, and then I keep going, that's an impression. So Dana's out there gassing everybody up. Oh, this has more views than fucking NFL, NBA, FIFA, and whatever, and WWE combined and shit, which isn't true, but they're probably selling him on this shit, and he's got his numbers mixed up. And the reality show fucking sucked, and they did this thing with Rumble, and Rumble fucking sucks. No offense, right? Hey, if you want to make a deal, I'll do a show on Rumble. If the guy who owns Rumble wants to give me money to fucking, I'll go over there too. But we were talking about it, like, the math don't math over there with the views and impressions and the likes and the comments and shit on Rumble. It's really weird. I don't know how it works over there. It's a weird model. I tried to get into it early in PWT just to be like on the new wave and all that, but it's like, I don't fucking know what goes on over there, man. It just doesn't, right? It doesn't work. It's just like tons of conspiracy shit. I don't know if wrestling and gaming content and stuff like that is the way to go over there anyways, but I was complaining about this just like a show ago or whatever. Not complaining, but just saying, like, you know, this is what's up with Rumble. And so this power slap shit, man, it's just not really drawing. They're bringing like social media influencers who are dumb fucks anyways, and they're bringing like WWE superstars like Rey Mysterio and Shinsuke. Hey, sit in the crowd, da-da-da-da-da. And I feared this. I was like, what's to stop one of these WWE guys from like, hey, I'm just going to go power slap? Like Braun Strowman, what's to stop them from throwing a bag at him and saying, come power slap in our super heavyweight division, which they have. Because a lot of these dudes are just like fat beer drinker guys, you know? Or like big, huge Samoan dudes. And so what's to stop them? Like, now they've taken that next step. I was right. People mocked me for saying that too. When I said it, people were like, what do you think? They're not dumb. They don't have whatever. Dude, Paige Van Zandt went and power slapped. Because she's like, dude, I've been punched in the face how many times? You know, like, I'll just go slap and win. It's, you know, like, what are the odds they knock me out? And she's been mildly successful. Now they got Zicky Dice, Hollywood Haley J. Like, she's going to go get slapped in the face, get CTE, eardrums blown out, facial damage, maybe cuts and shit. You know, why? For what? For what? Oh, $5,000 if you show and $5,000 if you win, or whatever they're paying these guys. Maybe a bit more because some of them have social media followings. I get it. They're like, ooh, this is a good, and this is smart if you're trying to get power slap out there. But this isn't going to work. Dana White needs to sell this shit off. He needs to sell power slap away because it's just, it's silly, man. It's something that people like, yeah, you scroll, you see a slap on TikTok and you're like, oh, amazing. You don't care who did it. You don't care if one of them got a title. You don't care that they're wearing jerseys or it's sponsored by Monster. You don't care. You don't give a shit. You keep scrolling. It's like professional tag. You know, like professional tag, where people literally are in these jungle gyms and they play professional tag. Yeah, it's cool when you see a quick, like on TikTok, it's a cool social media thing where you're, or on Instagram Reels, you're like scrolling and you're like, oh, extreme tag. And it's like a 1 minute. You have 1 minute to tag this guy and they're like doing parkour over it. You're like, oh, that's sweet. But you don't give a fuck 10 minutes later. And that's what power slap is, but with brain damage. And Forrest Griffin standing there catching people like, whoa, this is fucked up. But he's just got a permanent job with Dane for saving the UFC after Ultimate Fighter 1. So to some of these people, man, good luck. I wish you luck. And I might actually watch this season of Power Slap. Maybe we do it on Patreon just because we know these people. I know some of these people. You gotta fucking, I gotta check it out. Honest to God, I think I'm gonna just watch it just because for the sake it's wrestling based, which is ridiculous, and that's what they were going for. Shame on me. Shame on me. And that was miscellaneous news, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check in with chat, then transition over to TNA news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Sky's been a member for 8 months. Speaking of Sky, the winds are so bad. It might be a tornado in this motherfucker.
Are you sure about that?
We are good. And thank you for being here, Sky, for 8 months. Wow. 626 for 2 says Bonesaw's ready. Saudi news already? Is there Saudi news? I don't know, man. They're making Turkey Al Sheikh's making a boxing game. And I'm like, dude, EA Sports fucked up because that game still stands and they ain't dropped a new one in forever. Ezra Gobert for 2 says, sent you a fire meme, brother. In email or what? Ezra, I need a fire flute solo. Okay? You got to make some flute shit and email it to me. Okay, brother? Thank you so much. Guys, I'll be safe. Don't worry. I don't think it'll be a NATO, but a tornado, but it's just pretty crazy, and it's happened. Listen, youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. If you're on X, come watch over there. Run the Clips channel up to 100 likes. I have a podcast with Squared Circle Maniacs dropping tomorrow in the morning. Super chats are welcome, memberships welcome, gifting memberships, jump in the Discord, check out Patreon, and I appreciate you all. Those are my shameless plugs. Email, and you got it, my guy. That's what's up, Ezra. Email and fucking hit me with a flute, something. It doesn't even need a beat, or it can have one if you want, you know? But we got a flute thing. It's Canada. It'll be snowing tomorrow. I have a fire flute gif. Tag me on X or email me. Ospreay is a wonderful athlete. So there's tons of heat on Ospreay and Hangman during this, by the way. I'm keeping an ear peeled. And the Callis family, they have decent heat. They look well together. You know, I do like the Callis family. I'm not going to lie. The story's been complete shit. So we're just talking about look and Callis leading them. But Ospreay and Hangman being forced to team up. All right. Okay. But we're going to go over some Ospreay delusion and cope and shit. You know what I mean? Okay. Take a shit needs to go. No, don't call him Take a shit. It's Takeshita, okay? They going to kiss? Pooter, Shooter McGavin in the thumb as well. Love it. Yeah, get in the Discord. Lincoln, let's organize fucking let's get some 2K organized, because I've put in crazy hours. I've unlocked like everything on that shit, even though I haven't been twitching it the whole time. But Lincoln, let's start putting together like a tournament, or let's get 2 other people to do a GM mode or something. Let's run that like ASAP. You know what I mean? No, yeah, you guys call them whatever you want, but it's Takeshita. So just, yeah, DM me, throw me suggestions, all that kind of shit, you know, whatever you're thinking. Leafs versus Panthers. Yeah, go Oilers, go. We fucking spanked Vegas, and we needed that game 1 win, because if we drop the next one, it's okay, but we're going to win it. But if we drop it, it's all good, because we're going to get 2 more at home. And we snapped their home winning streak. They were on like 28 games undefeated at home in the playoffs. Vegas has been, and we fucking snapped that shit. So let's get it. Yeah, 626, you're in as well on the 2K, because you're making signs and shit for us. So yeah, you're in on that. And yeah, I'm going to talk to Husey here as well, but he got a lot of time lately for good reasons. Okay, let's get into TNA news. Let's head over here. Right. And we will play a banjo. I don't know why the banjo just sticks for TNA news. It should be something Canadian, but oh well. So I love this. I fucking retweeted this, and I love this. So Kansas City, TNA Wrestling with the Daria Ray, FKA Sonya Deville, and Invicta FC, Invicta Fighting Championship, the all-women's fighting championship that Anthem also owns, right? And I believe they probably still do now, I'd imagine. I haven't caught up on my Invicta in a long time. They used to have like killers in Invicta. Now it's whatever. I'm not hating. But, you know, Sonya Deville, TNA, and Invicta are like teaming up and doing shit like this. And I enjoy this. This is good cross promotion. This is how, Sonya Deville isn't, falling victim to being let go, I guess, by like TKO, Endeavor, all that sort of shit, those connections. Like, because some people are weary. Do I go to TNA? Like, am I allowed? Cora Jade just got released. Well, they were sending her to TNA a bunch. Is she like, oh, do I get hired by TNA? Like, you got to understand how people are weary. Sonya Deville, she's not resentful to WWE. She was getting paid those big Vince bucks, and now she's just doing work. I guess, like, this is cross-promotion sponsorship stuff with Invicta and TNA, and obviously, I think, Anthem and them are working with TKO and all of that, and so maybe there's still an avenue. I would love to see her versus Tessa Blanchard, maybe. Right. And they have Alicia Fox there with Tessa now. So Sonya could show up, maybe team up with Indy. You could do like a tag match or something. Who fucking knows? But I'm here for it, Eric. Anyways, let's just play this free promo from us.
What's up, guys? Daria Baronato here, letting you know that I'm going to be at Invicta FC 62 Fights in Kansas City, Missouri at the Lex on May 16th. Tickets are now on sale on Ticketmaster. I'm going to be doing a little guest commentary, so come say hi, come hang out with me, and let's watch these badass women kick some ass.
So that's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna breeze through these because we have something amazing about to happen on the show. Matt Hardy, Jeff Hardy, and Joe Hendry are expected to be announced for the AAA Triple Mania Regia show. Yeah, it's WWE AAA TNA. They're going to cross it all over. And the real X-Pac, this isn't even a minute long here, but Sean Waltman was on the Ariel Helwani show, and he gives his thoughts on the current state of TNA wrestling. He was just a guest host, or a guest. He just beat the shit out of people with the Rascals / MSK or whatever.
What was your impression just from the one night that you were there of TNA? Because it does seem like they're enjoying this renaissance. This relationship with WWE has helped them out a lot, and they're really getting back on track. Were you sensing that this was a ship moving in the right direction?
I felt like it, and it was nice to see, the talent and everybody involved. They were really upbeat, positive attitude everywhere. Watching everybody, putting their things together, working out what they're going to do in their segments. Everybody.
He's trying not to swear, putting their shit together is what he wanted to say. You can tell, but you can swear on Ariel's show.
Getting along great, and I'm sure it's not perfect there, but they had a hell of a crowd there. It just feels really good when you're, a part of something like that and things are doing good.
Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. Joining me now on the show, we have a very epic run-in here. You're a mean one, Mr. Grimm. Awful Wrestling is here on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Awful Wrestling here. My word.
Yay.
How are you, my guy?
What's going on? Can you hear me? Do I sound all right?
Yeah, you sound okay.
All
You're
right.
a little crackly, but that's expected when you're tapping in from Skynet.
Yeah.
How
Yes,
you doing,
indeed.
Awful, man? How are
What's
things,
going
dude?
on? I'm doing all right. How about yourself? Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody out there in listening land. And let's talk some wrestling.
Okay, let's do it there. And we'll try, and chat's going to complain about your goddamn mic. It's crackling a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, just
All
so
right.
you know.
Let me just
I can
let me
work
just
with
take
it,
it off here.
Okay. Yeah, he's got it. Chat, I know you guys are going to go nuts. I got it. I was going to try and power through, #power through, but here we go. So let's play an Ichi ni Sanda, okay? Because it is time for AEW news.
All right.
So Awful, it was announced that AEW is making Tony Khan booked himself a book.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
They have a book, and you know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
And it seems like this thing we're hitting all the sounds because we're excited, okay? And it seems as though this thing's like written and ready to roll out at some point. It's already more or less in the bag. I saw a graphic for it and shit.
Quite swift, if you ask me.
Yeah, dude. So it says the first official AEW book will be published this November. This book is all elite. This book is all elite. It will be written by esteemed pro wrestling historian and New York Times bestselling author Keith Elliott Greenberg and will be released officially on 11/4 from Random House Worlds. The book is set to be a definitive history of All Elite Wrestling, covering the founding of the promotion by Tony Khan, all the way to its debut at London's Wembley Stadium, to Sting's final run, the greatest run ever booked, and more. The book will feature comments from AEW talent. So it's going to end at Wembley Stadium, or it's going to cover like up till when? I tweeted out the joke awful. I was like, how does it end? With the fate of WBD remaining in the balance on the tail end of the cape of this Superman fucking movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
AEW
as their ratings circle the drain of obscurity, they wonder with bated breath if there's going to be a WD deal.
600K people standing strong as they triumphed. It's like, what the fuck, man? Anyway, sorry. I was just gonna say. I was gonna finish this though. Never before revealed photos and behind-the-scenes stories. Additional details are expected to be released shortly by AEW and Random House. Sorry, Awful. Go ahead.
What can be said, man? Why would they be coming out with a book so? Just 5.5 years, 6 years into their company. Why would you do that? Unless there is something out there that threatens the narrative that you want to put out there. And it's not just me. There's a whole bunch of narratives that are out there that are more prevalent than what AEW has produced. AEW needs this. They need this book to come out, and they chose a heavy hitter, Keith Elliott Greenberg. He's no slouch, but it won't matter because how will you be able? See, Greenberg might have, I don't know, like. I would love to see how in-depth this thing goes. It's great that Mr. Greenberg is the canary in the coal mine as far as like how will AEW, how does the AEW market their stuff in book form and literary form, you know? Because if that book doesn't do well, my book's not going to do so well. You know what I mean? Like, because their book will have a fluff piece. Mine will be the deal. It's going to just put it all out there.
Well, I need to read you some chats here. Trauma says AEW awful audio. Breno says, I thought Awful's mic was fixed last night on Marv's show. Awful called using a Nokia. What else, dude? There's so many goes. Awful communicating via Morse code. Jesus, Awful. See, are you using two cans and a string?
Yeah. This is the greatest. I love it. Keep it coming. How do I sound now?
It sounds terrible. I'm not gonna lie. You got it's like bubbling and popping and clipping, but like we can hear everything you're saying, but it sounds like you're circling the drain, dude. You know what I mean? You sound a little odd.
Probably.
Yeah, bro.
Okay. I'll try not to talk quite as fast.
No, it sounds good now. It sounds good kind of now. Whatever you did, I don't know if you fidgeted with it, but I wanted to ask you because you were gonna get a book. You want to put a book out there, and I've been on your ass. I'm like, just release it in volumes. Like yours should be year one. That's the first book where you go into the shit that they're just gonna gloss over. Like if they're just encapsulating all 6 years, then you got to go. You know, you should do year one. Here's like the NDAs and the bad stuff and the MJF alleged no-shows. And even though they'll probably touch on some of that, but it won't be the good, the bad, and the ugly. And yours isn't going to be all that either.
Right. It's going to be hopefully, God willing, with full context. And, but I want people who live to understand my book is not going to be the smart mark. It's actually going to be on fan. Because remember, I have a whole title. This is going cautionary tale of bad management. Goes, you know what I mean? I'm going at as best I can in my book. How not to do the professional wrestling business, not seen through my eyes, but as you can see with my last video, seen through real experts, real professionals who know a thing or two about a thing or two on professional wrestling.
Well, it sounds like it's seen through the eyes of Matrix agents' glasses, the way you're coming in across on your mic.
Man, that's terrible.
Is that auto-tune? Awful's mic bladed before the show.
Yeah. Well, only Phil knows only Phil knows the real deal of what's going on. So,
dude, it's just funny that chat's
Well,
lighting up.
I'm not yet at home.
Well, listen, I won't drive the chat utterly insane or keep you for insane.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Insane amounts of times. Don't be sorry, brother. Don't be sorry. We appreciate your time because we need your thoughts on this. So, what are you going to like? What year did you say AEW is going to be out of business? And what are you gonna try and beat them to the race now, or are you like, is this lighting a fire under your ass to get yours done, or like, how do you feel about it?
No. If anybody knows anything about business, slow and steady wins the race. So for them to come out in November, that doesn't spook me at all. In fact, I don't even think that's any sort of competition. I think it's just a counteractive move that they've done. Because I'll tell you, and see, I've got a theory, but I think it's backed up with a couple, a bit of circumstantial evidence. One is Tony Khan blocked me a year ago. So did the company. The entire company, like their Twitter page, their Instagram page. Well, I don't have an Instagram, but I've noticed something on my YouTube page as well. But you know who didn't block me? The Young Bucks. You know who else didn't block me? Will Washington. These guys are lurkers. They're out. They're like sentinels, and they see the stuff not only that I put out, but a lot of people, a lot of things that a lot of people put out.
The Bucks blocked me. Yeah, they blocked me.
They blocked you? Okay.
Yeah, they did. They blocked me, man. And yeah, AEW removed me as a follower, and then I just followed them back, and they haven't done it again. But they removed 100% because when would I have unfollowed them? I looked on my Twitter. But then again, I also looked on my Twitter, and I had Lex Luger blocked for some reason. And why would I have ever blocked Lex Luger? So, sorry, go ahead. But yeah, it was... If AEW blocked you, that's fucked. If Tony Khan blocked you, that's fucked, man. That's like, But they are lurkers. You're right. Like Will Washington's never blocked me.
I'm not here to fucking toot my own horn, but it is very coincidental that they would come out with a book talking about the best of times as far as AEW is concerned. That just, at the same time, they've also got a mask for All In. Have you seen that mask they've got promoted for All In Texas?
Oh yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, are we going for like some sort of like desperate money grab? Did WBD tell these guys like, listen, you saw what Collision's rating was on Saturday? I think it was 300,000 people. Like that show's about to go by the wayside. It's a rocky road for AEW, and I predicted that shit in early 2025. It's going to be a rocky road for them. They can't keep their consistency going. They don't have a proper intro for Dynamite, Phil. Like they just go straight to the crowd. Remember that whole I'm so excited intro? They don't even go back to the old intro that they used to have. Like, what's going on with them? They can't hold on to anything consistently for about 4 weeks. Like it's a real bad thing.
Yeah, man. Can't hold on to anything consistently like your mic with your voice.
Oh man. Listen, you guys can make fun of me.
Hey, I wonder who's gonna do their audiobook. Are they gonna get Excalibur?
Ugh. Tony Schiavone.
If you do an audiobook for yours, just don't use that fucking mic you're on, okay? Make sure you get a new mic. We'll send you.
See, this is a rib on Phil, actually. I try to use the worst equipment when I'm on PWT.
Motherfucker, every time.
No. I'm not yet home yet, people. So, I'm on the road most of the day. So, But yeah, the book. I'm looking forward to the book.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to the book. I hope the man does well with it. It's going to be a real litmus test on how good the AEW fan can read.
Well, according to those studies, the WWE fans have the highest IQ of any sports fans.
Oh, I don't believe that either.
Yeah, that's some sports journalist or magazine or something did that. Yeah. Well, awful, man. I can get you out of here because I know you're busy and stuff, and I just appreciate your time, and I just wanted your comments on the book. Hopefully, I can clip that. We'll get fucking roasted in the comments for that too. But listen, ultimately, ultimately, at the end of the day, I just appreciate you giving us your time and your thoughts on the book, and I think you should do it in fucking volumes. You should go. Book 1 is year 1. Book 2, and then you can always play the long game. And you know, I hope you don't delete your goddamn Twitter if they don't go out of business in 2028 or whatever the fuck you were talking about.
I did make that promise, didn't I?
Yeah, dude. So hey, listen, you're a heel, bro. Heels are allowed to break promises. So just remember that.
I'll think about that. I'm considering
man, and
that.
I appreciate you being here. And if you're on more stable ground when you get back to Earth from whatever fucking space shuttle you're landing in from,
I'll clock back in.
Yeah,
definitely.
You can absolutely anytime. Just
if I sound like shit now, wait till I get back on.
Oh my god. Okay, guy. Everyone, round of applause. Follow him at Awful Wrestling. Tootie Talk Wrestling as well every Tuesday night at Toon Wrestling on YouTube. Anything else?
No, that's it. I'll be definitely coming back.
Oh, he's definitely coming back. Awesome. I can't wait till he comes back. Round of applause. Again from Elon's fucking space shuttle. He'll come back. It'll be that was funny. My favorite part was the roast sesh of the fucking mic. But I got it last time too. I was getting roasted when StreamYard was acting shitty on Saturday, so that's amazing. But okay, we're into AEW news. Let me check in with chat, and then we'll start going through some of this news until Awful gets back and he can react to some. Or we can save it. Awful said he's definitely coming back. Should we save it? We can save it. We'll jump around tonight. Like we said, we're going to jump around. We'll head into some WWE news in the interim, and then maybe he'll catch us when we're back in the AEW news. You know what I mean? I think that's the way to do it, because we do have quite a bit from WWE as well. And if my connection might be shitty too, because it is like it's windy and shit out here, so I don't know what's gonna go down. George Capture's complaining. We have like almost 400 watching on X and both YouTube, the replay channels and the Clips channel. So if you're on the Clips channel, run the likes up to 100, and then George stays happy. So re-record the segment. Yeah, dude, fuck me, right, Zane? Should we talk? Maybe we should just bring up the book again, re-record it again. I don't know. I don't know if that's the way to do it. Jump up, and get down. Jump, jump, jump. Everybody jump, jump, jump. So Awful sent a Raven. Yeah, dude, he was communicating via fucking note in bottle. Message in a bottle. Phil from the Bronx, New York, and it amazes me how much you know about the culture. You were invited to every block party in BBQ. Fuck yeah, dude. That's what's up, man. I'm down. I'm in that New York state of mind, man. Rappers, I monkey flip them with the funky rhythm I be kicking. You already know, dude. So for 5 says Mercedes with a microphone greater than Awful with a microphone. Bro, listen. Awful gets the pass. That's the only guy I'll listen to like that. Anybody else, I would have just kicked him. But yeah, guys. Well, we're not at 100 likes. Let me check. Actually, let me check. I'll pull it up. I'll tell you guys how I feel about what I see, and then Jericho might do a fucking run-in as well. And then we'll jump into some WWE news. It all depends, though. 84. So that's not bad. That's not bad. So joining us on the show now with boots on the ground. Hold on. Mo Moon became a new member. There you go. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate you, my guy. Play Not Like Us. No, not right now. I'll do it at the end of the show. I had to start with some Becca. Man, that Becca shit really gets caught in my head. On Becca. On God. I fucking love that shit. Joining us now on the show, though, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Okay, so chat's insane tonight. I love it. If you're over on X, come over to YouTube chat. It's goated, either channel. I see a lot of new names as well, and I love it. So let's head over here and talk about, I'm actually going to close that, and we will talk about some Federation news, and hopefully Awful said he's popping back in. Where are we here? Okay. So WWE is apparently interested in working with Ronda Rousey again. Now, a lot of people are like, this is bullshit. Even if it is, I think one of two things. Either WWE could have floated this out to try and like price her out or it's a mixture of these two things. Because, Tony Khan and Shayna Baszler, Ronda Rousey, Marina Shafir, and then maybe Jessamine Duke, but they don't even need her. They just get the other three to do like their horsewomen shit in AEW. I think Tony Khan would pay for that. Like Ronda Rousey gets headlines beyond just pro wrestling and shit. Here's the thing, though. She's really tight with Dana White and TKO and Endeavor, like before the merger with WWE and all that. Then you factor in, she was there when Vince was there. Then you factor in, what's the greatest thing she ever did in WWE? When Triple H controlled it and booked it and did that tag match with her, So he wants to get his hands back on that. I know for sure Triple H would want to get his hands back on that and do that properly. I don't think she wants to do any of this stuff. UFC would fight her if she wanted to. She draws her name is like is on Ellen and shit. You guys get it? Like, I know it's not, her clout's not as great as it once was. She's not as big of a draw as she once was for sure. But in the fight world, if Ronda came back, a bunch of people would tune in to see her get beat up again, for sure, just so they could be like, oh, see, she ain't about it and shit. Da 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 da. Now, I don't know. I could see WWE floating shit like that out there once they, once the IWC or whoever starts floating out, hey, Shayna, Rousey, or they catch wind. Rousey and Bloodsport would be really fucking cool. But I don't see Rousey coming back to anything just because she doesn't want to. But maybe if Tony Khan's like 2 million and it's her and Shayna and fucking Marina, then who knows? Like, money talks. So again, this last NXT, it was a good show. It was awesome. It was one of the best NXTs in a while. I watched it today. The Battle Royal was sick. Having the LFG and Evolve and everybody crossing over again. We pull up. I keep this graphic in here because it's good to just remind ourselves. And then TNA's somewhere in there too, but they just bleed over into NXT and above, right? Because they're not technically owned. But TNA would be like right above or, just a little bit below NXT there. But we keep that in there just because it's awesome. And one thing we got, though, was Jordynne Grace taking on Julia. And Jordynne Grace fucked up that dive to the outside, caught flack, got defensive about it. Then those people on TNA wrestling in the match with, you had Kazarian and you had Top Dollar and you had Akeem and you had a bunch of guys, man, a bunch of those TNA folks over there who missed Leon Slater. Okay. Catching him. Well, AJ Francis saved his goddamn life, but everybody else sort of missed him. All those fellas. Okay. And then Jordan Grace was sort of coping over that. And then you had, sorry, I'm watching Dynamite at the same time. And then you have Jordan Grace sort of botching this move with Julia, dropping her on her head really badly. And Corey Graves' reaction is nasty. I don't want to get pulled for this. I'm going to play it. I hope Julia's okay. Like, you guys know what I'm saying? Okay. As MJF's running out there in a wife beater. Mini H there. Look at this. Like, that is not good, man. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. What's protecting Julia's head? Do you guys see that? What's protecting her head? Oh my God.
Oh!
I want to try and get like the picture of her, like right when she lands, man. Look at that. Oh my God. In roster, she's a hot commodity right now. I don't know if, I just don't know if that's what you want to do. Just put people in situations where that's going to happen. Now, I am a Jordan Grace fan. Just slow it down a bit. You know, that's a couple fuck ups in a row. I don't want to see cope this time over, you know, dropping people on their heads. Logan Paul took out Jey Uso after Raw went off air. And then Triple H tweeted out, he's like, the show never ends or whatever. It's awesome that you have Jay like mixed up in all these different things and you have a lot going on. So the main event picture is really interesting, you know? Especially you had Logan Paul to the mix, right? Here we go. Let's look. Elijah returned as well. And the crowd was like, oh, walk with Elias. And then he's like, my name's Elijah. And it's like, man, if people are in TNA, WWE, work out a deal where TNA people can just use their WWE names if they want in TNA. Because, like, come on, bro. You had Dango, Elias. Why is he called Elijah? Just let him call himself Elias. Like, it's just a one-word name, you know. Either I get protecting your IP and all that, but still. Like, he got a big reaction. TNA Impact Elijah. Walk with Elias, but then he's like, my name's Elijah. And they're all like, and then he just won them over with the guitar. So congratulations to former WWE champion Big E and his wife-to-be Chris Yim, Mia Yim's sister. And yeah, they're getting married. Let's go. Here is John Cena doing current WWE champion. Imagine that in 2025, John Cena doing promo for Peacemaker that's coming out, season 2. And I'm curious to see how my guy Gunn ties that whole thing in, because that's the only thing that existed in the old DCEU and the new DCU, I guess. But yeah, Shaq and Charles Barkley get into a little wrestling match. AEW Super. Well, it didn't last very long there. About that lasted longer than Shaq's time in AEW. Hey-o, where's my badoomps? So more on Ronda Rousey. WWE reportedly would like to work with her. Well, they would always like to work with her, right? And so this is all it requires. If they say, hey, Ronda, like, we don't want her going to AEW. We don't want you going there. And then Dana White picks up the phone. She's going to be loyal to that. Okay? So just keep that in mind. But will they do that? I don't fucking know. Do they really want to work with her? I don't know. I don't think they need her, to be honest. But I mean, if they bring Becky in, maybe like a run where they book it correctly and then she just like has her finale at Mania and that's it. And then she puts someone over. So maybe, but I don't know, right? We already seen it. I don't want to see it again, but would they swoop in to keep her away from AEW? I could see it. I could definitely see it. But speaking of AEW, Ring of Honor and AEW talent, the Righteous, asked for their releases. We're going to talk about it more in AEW news because all these fucking sickos are like, oh, there's a difference between contract expiring and getting a release. It's like, man, the point I'm making is there's no fucking fanfare when people leave AEW. Now there is when it's the fucking Lucha Bros when they get ghosted and the people, when it's like Ricky Starks or the Lucha Bros and people want to see those guys. And even the AEW fans are like, damn, the Righteous, there's not much. Like, they just silently ask for their release and people don't really care because they didn't do much with them. Oh, they, MJF beat them both in one night on his own after they came in for 2 weeks and broke people's ankles and were put over like this big bad team. And so Karrion Kross, though, putting hype on the Righteous. And this is fucking awesome. And if Karrion started a faction, these are more his guys. The Righteous, not AOP, the Authors of Pain with Ellering. That was silly. Karrion, Scarlett, and the Righteous, this could fucking work, man. So Karrion doing brilliant work, man. Gonna get a big push in the coming. Listen to the music that he hears. And then he starts snapping. Doing their shtick. Hell yeah. That's amazing. If I was Cross, I would have snapped like once or twice, 3 times, then just cut it off right there. But hey, good for him. He knows what he's doing. And let's see it. I would love to see that. So yeah, and then they responded too. Dutch responded with like a musical note or something, or like the snapping emoji or whatever. And so here, I'm going to check in with chat quick, and then we'll get back into some news. So Don GX for 5,000 CLP. Holding it down. The 4 horse faces with Monet as the leader. No. Oh. My
Wrestling
God.
for dirtbags and lily pickers.
That is straight savage, bro. And Aubrey's not. No, I'm just joking. Come on now. You're going to get me in trouble, Don. Maddie for 2 says, Fildo, just want to support the team. David Putty. All right. Let's Friends unite. And Fildo it is. Yeah, Rhino's on AEW. It's Rhino. Gore. Fildo's in the chat. Cross just needs to be in stories, title or no. His character work is amazing. Yeah, it's not bad. Cross is a better fit. Yes. The snapping was a reference to plenty, and it was a reference to the Righteous. So this team called Dutch, and I forget the other guy. Literally. But when you say his name, I'm like, oh yeah. But they would do this thing where they snap and they like lead this cult. And they fought MJF at like All In or whatever. Right Cross. That could be a good name. Listen to PWT both nights of Mania. Couldn't be doing. Nice. Yeah, dude. I'll be live with some friends for Backlash, which will be amazing. So make sure you pop in. I'll have some people in. Speaking of friends, I have a few of those, and one of them, as we head back over to AEW news, is Awful Wrestling, who's back once again. Speaking of Super Friends. Awful, what's happening, man? What's happening?
I'm pretty sure I sound a lot better.
Way better, dude. Silky smooth. Y'all hear that sexy ass
guys,
voice?
Tony
Let's
Khan.
get into it. Holy. Okay.
Welcome to Pro Wrestle
So
Times with your host,
Scully
Will
Vibes
Marks.
taps in. He's been a member for 12 months. Shout out to the Tribal Chiefs. What's the vibes? Dave is crazy. Ospreay is coping. JD greater than Ospreay. Can't wait for tomorrow's podcast drop. Yeah. Yes, I have a pod with the Squared Circle Maniacs dropping tomorrow in the morning. We preview Backlash, so we're not going to do too much of that here tonight. And we have the GOAT Awful here. One of the GOATs, man. So Awful. Before we were which JD? Oh, you talking about me? So Awful, man. Before we were talking about the book, so again, just reiterate what we were talking about before. AEW sort of beats you to the punch with this book. You said, you know, they had blocked you. Tony Khan's blocked you. And that, you know, not that it's like a personal dig or they're watching you or anything, but, you know, they're marks for themselves, I think. And Tony Khan booked himself a book, as I put it, and they have this AEW book dropping relatively quickly. You are the guy that everyone's like, oh, he's dropping a book or he's grifting or whatever the fuck people have to say about you. I know we're friends. You're dead serious about this goddamn book. I've been like, bro, you got to put it out year by year. Volume 1 is just the first year. Volume 2 is the second year, or maybe not in volumes, rather. You can call it volume, whatever you want to do. But either way, chapter 1, chapter 2, book 1, book 2, whatever. Do each year, because they're going to encompass 6 years in and they're just going to celebrate all the highs. And then, of course, I made the joke, what are they going to celebrate? You know, WBD fucking sells off DC, but at least AEW stood strong with 600K viewers. You know, like, what is that? How does this book end? It's weird. But it's all good. I mean, they're a company. They're going to sort of control their own history, a la WWE. Give me your thoughts on the book and just everything I was bibbling and babbling about there now that you're on a better mic.
Yeah, like I said, you had asked me earlier if I was worried about how quickly it came out. Nope, it doesn't bother me at all. Like I said, I think I said earlier before I was trapped on Mars, Keith Elliott Greenberg is a big hitter in the professional wrestling literary world. So if there's one person that he can do that can do that sort of thing, it's Keith Elliott Greenberg. The problem is that what kind of book is it going to be? Is it going to be a neutral book? Is it going to be it's obviously not going to be a hit piece. You know what I mean? It's going to be published with AEW's money, I'm sure. So is Keith Elliott Greenberg, is he compromised in how much truth he's supposed to talk about? Is he going to talk about Big Swole? You know, or is he going to talk about...
What do you mean? Tony Khan won't even talk to Big Swole, let alone they're going to talk about Big Swole.
1,000 WBD employees getting laid off right before AEW struck their deal with WBD. But nobody likes to talk about that, especially during the times when WWE does their little bus flip. Credit to Wrestling Soup for that little that great line. When they do their bus flip and people get released.
Well, it has been happening, dude. I've been calling it the AEW Exodus of 2025. I called it last year, and it's fucking happening, man. And the Righteous are 2 more guys. We were just talking about them. So this book, we have the graphic here. It looks like a thickie, and it says this book is all elite. So, of course, they're marks for themselves, and it's called This Book is All Elite, the inside story of All Elite Wrestling. So, the inside scoop, really. What did Cody Rhodes contribute to this thing? You know, that's what I want to fucking know.
At least he's on my cover.
Yeah, available in hardcover. Available in hardcover and ebook in fall of 2025. Coming soon, dude. So they beat you to the punch, dude. Pre-order your copy now wherever books are sold. I'm going to chat. If you guys want, I will on Patreon or something read the book. I'll do an audiobook version of it, and I'll do all my impressions and shit, because it's going to be great. I'm surprised the header on the book isn't, it's great.
Yeah, really.
So awful, man. Are you jealous? Be honest.
No, I'm not jealous. I
Come
mean, somebody quote tweeted one of my obviously trolling posts about this whole thing, and they were like, they tried to claim that I invented books. So I'm like, no. It's obviously it's a little humor. I really don't believe that they're doing this because of me. But I do believe that they're doing it as a counteraction to what a lot of the narrative against AEW is all about. And I'm not the only one. You know what I mean?
What do you
They've got to put out some fluff piece in literary form before any other book comes out. That's just, that's just how it goes.
Yeah. This will be the equivalent of like when Pokemon would put out those Pokédexes you'd get in Scholastic or whatever when I was a kid. Yeah. How do you feel about Britt Baker being featured on the cover of this thing and no Swerve Strickland?
Listen, no black people at all on the cover.
Oh, you don't say.
I mean, no Jade Cargill, no Swerve Strickland, no Prince Nana, no Powerhouse Hobbs, but there is the Young Bucks dead set in the middle where everybody's eye will be trained to. It's the most amazing thing. Cody, like I said, Cody's nowhere to be found on this book. The book looks like it looks like a DVD set. But
it looks like on this episode of Dragon Ball.
Yeah, how many pages are they going to have? And I guarantee you, like a third of the book will encapsulate how everybody was feeling the months and weeks and days leading up to All In Wembley, their very first one. And then they'll spend the next chapter talking about how everybody was celebrating over it in catering.
It says Random House Worlds to publish this book is All Elite, a definitive history, no Cody Rhodes, no Brandy Rhodes, no Sonny Kiss, no. A definitive, but for real, I mean, they paraded her out there. A definitive history of All Elite Wrestling by New York Times bestselling author Keith Greenberg in November 2025. So on November 4, Random House Worlds, an imprint of Random House. Okay, I don't care. This book is All Elite is a celebration of the icons of professional wrestling who created AEW, a company that revolutionized professional wrestling under the visionary eye of Tony Khan. Visionary eye. Redoing all the shit that's been done in PWG and New Japan and all that shit is visionary, I guess. Crazy, man. From the company's unassuming beginnings in 2019 to the record-breaking Wembley Stadium debut, AEW's pulse-pounding, death-defying, and high-flying action has defied industry norms and changed the world of professional wrestling forever. I mean, illustrated with dazzling photography and written with exclusive access to the cast and crew of AEW. This book is All Elite is a definitive history of AEW that delves into the innovative storytelling, inclusive ethos, and passionate inclusive ethos. What you mean, like the legless dude?
Yeah.
And passionate fan base, which propelled the company to compete with the industry giants. Who are the industry giants? WWE
Giants. Yeah.
Giants. Yeah.
That
from the triumphant final. What's that?
Nothing. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and Harvey Weinstein from the triumphant final run of the Icon Sting. That Tony Khan booked side by side with his firebrand protege, Darby Allin. The guy on the mountain who hasn't been on TV in fucking months, to the madcap melee of the first Stadium Stampede. Now, Awful, how do you feel about people putting Stadium Stampede over like it's this fucking thing that A, hasn't been done to some degree already, and B, it's just War Games, but all over the place?
Yeah,
and then they just
big
did Matt Hardy
arena.
They just did. You mean WWE didn't do a fucking Money in the Bank where everybody fought through the office and fought on the roof? You mean they weren't doing that shit? It's like what was so innovative about a fucking concession stand brawl, but just done with Matt Hardy jokes where he's transforming into different characters or whatever?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, didn't Jerry Lawler and Terry Funk do this same thing? I mean, big ass empty arena. Nobody there to judge it, to there's no way to react to the crowd. Come on.
Yeah.
Stadium Stampede. Then they're going to talk about the Arthur Ashe Stadium. I can see it now. Like, I can see each and every chapter, and they're just going to be licking each other's ass about talking about, like, how they pulled it out. Because as you can see, in their earlier stages of AEW, they were doing the same goddamn thing. Like, we pulled it out. We're great.
Right.
We're doing great.
Well,
and it's just
awful.
Like,
They take victory laps for kicking Punk out of the company in an empty fucking Chicago. They take victory laps when they're like, Tony's booking a great show, or like, oh, they had a 1.3 million lead in from NBA and then 1 million people stopped watching. Victory lap. Like, they can't help themselves. Let's read the rest of this, because I got a question for you as well, because the big part that, is like, okay, how do they cover the Punk stuff? And I can't wait to get to that. I'll get your thoughts in a second, but it says, illustrated with dazzling photography and written with exclusive access to the cast and crew of AEW. This book is all elite, is a definitive history of AEW that delves into the innovative storytelling, inclusive ethos. I think I read that. Stadium Stampede. Yeah, we already read that. Readers will experience the epic moments that define the first 5 years of AEW. Written by New York Times best-selling author and TV producer Keith Greenberg. This book, and he's legit. This book is all elite, follows fans to relive the biggest moments in AEW. So the first year, every breathtaking match, shocking twist, headlining making moment. About the author, so he's a New York Times bestseller. Menudo, To Be the Man, Eric is Homeless, Zach Story. He's a regular writer of professional wrestling. Freddie Blassie, Ric Flair, Billy Graham, about AEW. Founded by CEO, GM, and head of creative Tony Khan in 2019. He has to give himself 9 names. Anyways, though, awful. How are they going to cover the CM Punk stuff? Because it just sounds like this is all amazing, innovative, revolutionary, shock the world, epic. But none of it's like, well, we fucking ghosted a bunch of people. Okay, maybe not that one, but how about like, we left CM Punk at an airport and our EVPs who are on the cover of this thing got beat up by a one-armed dude.
The CM Punk issue, is the least of their issues, because now we got to talk about Big Swole. We got to talk about the Domino's Pizza.
But the releases, they can just go. They can just say disgruntled employees. I'm talking like Matt Hardy got dropped off a crane and he got. How about the multiple people concussed and fucking who had to get up, and that they stood up and then knocked up. Yeah, that's good. Is that going to be in there? That's not going to be in there. The Punk stuff is going to be covered like, oh, well, Tony Khan handled it and he was advised by lawyers. Like, we're just going to get the same bullshit. It's
I
not
think
like
they're going to handle it in the
Yeah.
same way that they've handled it on TV. And that is like, it's going to be a gloss over. It's going to be done for storyline purposes. You'll hear more about Jungle Boy during that entire thing than you will about CM Punk. I'm almost guaranteeing it. Because, first off, isn't CM Punk even like NDAs and all of that? Like, what are you going to be able to expose in this book? And see, that's what people are going to be wanting when you come out with a book like this. They're going to be wanting to know something that they don't already know. They already know that the Young Bucks love AEW and are just going to lick Tony Khan's ass and the whole nine. But what about the people who are stuck there in catering? What about, are we going to hear from Danhausen? We're going to hear from Scorpio Sky, who we haven't heard of, like 2 years.
Or Cody Rhodes even. Like, if Cody Rhodes ain't here telling you.
The founding members of the goddamn
telling you, here's why I left this fucking place, then there's no point in a book even. It's just them pulling an old Vince WWE again. Tony Khan. It's just him rewriting and trying to.
I think it's going to be a picture book, my friend. I really do. Like pictures of the great exploding ring, or pictures of Chris Jericho swimming in mimosa. Or,
well, it says illustrations. Yeah, that's the thing. Are they going to talk about and the little bit of a bubbly? That was genius that Chris Jericho said.
That's
that.
What I'm saying.
It's
going to be a big old fluff book, 300 pages,
and it's controlling.
Go ahead.
It's rewriting history, awful, the same way Vince would do. No, like this is the same shit Vince would do. I've been calling him Tony McCon forever. He's just slowly becoming Vince McMahon. I've been saying it since day one of PWT. This motherfucker needs to figure this out, because again, unless you're going to get CM Punk going, this is why I left. I guarantee Punk wasn't even talked to, unless you have Brandy and Cody Rhodes saying, this is why we left. it's just bullshit. How
Let me tell you
just,
something.
Dave Meltzer might as well have wrote this shit. They might as well just quoted the Observer.
They would have been better off because there are some things that the WWE did as far as their books are concerned. They had this one book called like the Encyclopedia of Everything WWE or whatever, and that book still has some relevancy to it. If AEW would have done the same thing, like a roster and a bio of just every one of their stars, their talents, that book might have done something, because now it's a compendium. It's something that you're going to take a look at over and over and over again, because you're going to want to see some stats that you may not have ever heard or seen before or whatever. But don't make it the story of AEW, because the greatest parts of AEW, was 2 years ago, and it involved two former WWE champions, CM Punk and Cody Rhodes, that catapulted your entire stock. It's going to be a tough book. I look forward to how he's going to really dangle. Hey, he's a best-selling author. He'll know how to do it.
Oh yeah, for sure he will. And here's the thing: we're this inclusive ethos. Okay, you signed and paraded out Sonny Kiss and Nyla Rose, and now where are they? You guys crowned your black champion too late, after people were like virtue signaling for it way too hard. After like it was, and he pulled the trigger on it too late. Like same thing he did with the daddy ass guys, right? I've heard the Acclaimed, right? He pulled the trigger on them too late and stuff. And then you put Britt Baker, someone who's like ostracized from the company right now, and over someone like a Swerve or even like a Thunder Rosa. I mean, as much as Britt Baker, what did she do? Like run people off from AEW or whatever, like get in fights with people backstage? Are they going to address any of that? Fucking no. And like, we're going to do health insurance and shit. CM Punk is paying for his own surgeries. Like, they're not going to talk about any of the real shit, dude. They're not going to talk about, we ran these fucking giant buildings and there's 1,000 people in them. They're not going to bring that up and talk about what the atmosphere is like backstage or anything. Jesus Christ. You might as well have let AEW Mole write the fucking book. There might be more truth to it.
Their refs are. Yeah, really. Shout out AEW Mole. But, I mean, I see some people in the comments saying like I might read it. I know I'm definitely going to read it. I'll take pointers from anybody that I can, but as far as how well it's going to do, that remains to be seen. But yeah.
Do you even care about? Wait, though. Do you even care about that? How well this fucking book does? Like books, a lot of people become authors. A lot of people get on like Amazon bestseller and stuff like that. Not saying it's like an easy task, but it's also, I mean, I think they could sell enough books for that week. They make the New York Times bestseller or whatever. I bet they could pull it off somehow. Especially if I buy 10 of them, and then they can say it's a New York Times bestseller. Yeah,
I'll take that bet. I say it won't be on the New York Times bestseller list.
It won't make it?
Yeah, it won't make it.
Oh wow. See, I think they could pull it off, especially if they're selling the book. They buy a bunch to sell as merch on
You got to understand something, Phil. They've got to market this thing correctly.
Well,
and what do we know about AEW and marketing? It's absolutely terrible. Tell me, Phil, how do you think they're going to market this book? They've marketed everything else, and it's
Excalibur's going to read really fast. Hey, I tell you exactly how they're going to market it. Excalibur's going to say, "Give me 1 second. This book is All Elite is a celebration of the icons of professional wrestling who created All Elite Wrestling, a company."
Yeah,
that's how it's going to get marketed during Collision, right before commercial.
But I'm interested to see how it's going to sell, because how important in the social zeitgeist is AEW. This book, as far as the literary world is concerned, are people interested in reading? Are they interested in reading about pro wrestling? And after that, are they interested in reading about AEW as it relates to pro wrestling? So, yeah, those are a lot of tiers to climb.
Yeah.
And
in the words of the great Lex Luger,
I don't know.
So let's head into AEW news while you're here. We talked about that book enough. Chat is pretty much roasting you for having a good mic now, so you can't escape the wrath of the PWT universe. They're
That's
awful.
Okay.
Yeah, they love you. They just love you. We roast the ones we love.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pete in Texas has been a member for 7 months. Dude, what's up? Appreciate you. Good seeing you, Pete. Awful bringing that Barry White to PWT. Ah, darling, I can't get enough. That's Barry White, right? Can't get enough of your love, babe.
Yes, it is.
Let's go. Thank you, Maddie, for that. Pete in Texas, awful with a 1. You're the tribal chief, dude.
Oh, thank you, man. And I appreciate
go.
everybody who's checked in and checked out the video, the Death of AEW series.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that
episode
up.
3. I'm hopefully going to get that done right in time for the newest Double or Nothing, because that's what the video will entail. The very first Double or Nothing, with some crazy things that happened in that very first pay-per-view, and some things that I've uncovered ever since. But yeah, thank you guys. You guys got me to 400 subscribers on YouTube.
There
in
you
like
go. Go run
2
those
weeks.
up,
That's
man.
awesome, man. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. And over 1,000 views on the latest video. So
Fucking
I'm real-
amazing, dude.
Is that cool? I mean, what do I know about
Mhm.
YouTube? I mean,
I don't know.
Just like you said in the back chat one time. You better watch your music, dude. You better watch the stuff that you play.
Yep.
Like, I'm starting to see like copyright things underneath my videos. But it says it's allowable. So
No, it is. But wait, because you're not fully monetized. We can talk about it after. I'll explain to you.
Yeah,
But
sorry
it is
for the
allowed.
chat.
Like, same with me. I could play fucking "Welcome to the Jungle," and then they just take. But then they'll take all the ad revenue. You know what I'm saying? For the whole video. Yeah. So it's like you just got to watch that. Trust me. And then
so
people
those
will try and flag shit. What?
Right. But for those who are subscribed to Awful Wrestling on the YouTube channel, the joy in that is that you're going to be able to get the videos before the people on Twitter get them. I know you guys are still
Bang.
the same thing, Twitter, YouTube, but I'll try to put the YouTube video out first, and then I'll put it out on Twitter. And for people who follow me on Twitter, you'll get the ratings videos and all the other ha-has and hoopla that I put on there for those folks out there. But I really appreciate you guys.
And Awful's
following,
going to turn
subscribing, and
those
all that shit.
and those rating videos you're going to turn into shorts for YouTube, right?
Ooh, I'd love to.
You're going to DM me after the show, right? Yeah, DM me
Yeah, I
after the
guess
show,
so.
Awful. Yeah, okay. Now, Fall from Malaysia, again, always tapping in, man, with 15, what is it, guys, you told me? Myanmar? I don't know. Thank you, though, now, Fal. It's good to see you again. Phil in chat, if money and contracts is not an issue, who would your booker and champs be? Men and women's world champ, men, women's mid-card tag. Okay, so you want chat to answer too? Me and Awful can answer this. We can just do a quick, who's your, if you have all the money in the world, all the contracts are up, WWE versus AEW World Tour, which is the name of my universe mode coming soon. And then who do you sign as your world champ, your tag champs, and your women's champ? We don't need to do mid-card titles, but Awful, you go ahead. Who's your world champ? Who's your tag champs? Who's your your women's champ?
If I had my druthers, I would say that it would be Brock Lesnar would be my world champion, because you can really heal him up, obviously, and make some money with him. And obviously you'll need a great baby face. Women's champ, ooh, damn. Maybe Bianca or Rhea Ripley.
Mm-hmm.
Tag champs, who's out there? I mean, God damn. Are the powers of pain still doing anything nowadays? What's Demolition up to? Because
I was just gonna say that. Where's Demolition? Well, we know Tenta can. We know Tenta can.
All right.
But and the natural disasters. So me, I would go with let me hit an X-Files for this. I would go with my world champ right now. I mean, John Cena's a world champion, so I'd probably put it on him. He's like one of the biggest stars in the world, right? So if if we're just talking right now, it's up in the air. I got him for 8 months. Yeah, he's gonna heal or whatever. He wants to be babyface, whatever you want to do, John. So he's cool. I'd do John Cena probably. Tag champs, I would go with. Let me think. It would probably be. Honestly, I would go with like a team like Fraxium, or maybe one of these. I'd go with the Lucha Brothers, or one of these teams that are more flippy and flashy that have some mileage left in them that are,
right.
People pop for them. People pop for Frazier. I don't know what it is. People like him, and the fucking Lucha Bros are just over like Rover. And then my women's champion would be, it's got to be Rhea Ripley. If I can't choose the same as Awful, then I guess Bianca. You said that too. They're just the most over women.
Right.
I don't know. I wouldn't choose Becky. Maybe like Bailey is
a great tag team.
Who?
The Creed brothers.
Ah, yes, they'd be good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you clean them up.
Really
Heal them up a little bit better than what they're being used as now.
Yeah,
And,
I'd go with Io. I guess she's the best all around in the world. She's the women's champ right now, and yeah, she'd be available. And that's the way you do it, right? And sorry, it's
right.
or like Tony Storm actually would be another. Yeah, Tony Storm I'd go with. Tony Storm I'd go with. I think there's more longevity in her style, but that's just my opinion. Anyways. So hopefully that answered the question. Okay, let's do an Ichi Nissan Da, and let's get back into some more AEW news. So Darby Allen's climbing a mountain. I think he set a world record. Awful. I was roasting you a bit. I was just twisting titties, but you were like, he climbed up. I think I have it bookmarked, but he's up 20,958 feet at his Mount Everest camp, and he hits a kickflip. I guess this is a world record kickflip.
Oh, there you go. All right, we are at Everest Camp 2, and the elevation is pull out the watch for official proof. You got it? Let me see this bad boy.
I wonder if when he gets to the top, Sting is going to pop out of nowhere, and Tony Schiavone's going to be like, "It's Sting!"
The highest masked wrestler
coming.
to ever ascend Mount Everest.
Is it?
I'm sure it is. Goddamn, he's made his own world record about a kickflip. I mean, I don't see Guinness there or anybody documenting this.
Well, it's documented on a phone, bro.
For highest elevation.
They filmed this in a stage studio. This is where they filmed the moon landing.
Capricorn 1.
Oh my god, dude! Just watch The Shining. They hid shit. They hid stuff about the moon landing in The Shining. They hid stuff about Everest in Godzilla versus King Kong.
It's not really cold out there.
Yeah. They're actually in the desert. This is CGI. It's actually sand.
Right there is Everest.
Stanley Kubrick directed this in a soundstage just off of the coast of Jared Leto's compound. The question is, who are you? Brandon Cutler asks, and I pose the same question, Brandon. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, I'm an asshole. Do you get a kick? You want to see Brandon Cutler come back? Awful.
He is. I mean, where's he been? And no, I don't. To answer your goddamn question, no, I don't want to see him back in any sort of form or function. But back
are
to
you sure?
The Darby Allin thing for a second.
Yeah,
it's so hilarious.
Yeah, we got more. We got more of them.
Yeah. I realize that a lot of people are atheists, first off, because in the comment section they were like, "Ray, the fuck are you talking about?"
I know, dude. I saw Aunt Evan sent you the Care Bears. Yeah. He's like, "What do you mean, good energy? Like the fucking Care Bears?" I say the same shit though. I'm like, guys, when someone RIPs, I'm like, prayers and good energies or whatever you do, just in your thoughts, yeah.
What do you think, Philly's going to make it? You coming back now?
Yeah, this is it right here. Aunt Evan's prayers like this. Too good. Okay, but Darby Allin is about 20. You read it, Awful. You read the goddamn tweet. Darby Allin is about 21,000 feet. Get into it.
Yeah, 21,000 feet into his 29,000 foot ascent of Mount Everest. At 28,000 feet. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me enlarge this picture here.
At 26,000.
At 26,000 feet, Allen will reach what's known as the death zone, a higher portion of the mountain where the oxygen is low, the weather is extreme, and the mortality is highest. This week is critical, so keep prayers up, or good energy, or juju, or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Or do the Care Bear countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, really. How do you work this into a storyline? You've climbed.
He does the coffin drop off it.
Yeah.
Onto a Yeti. Onto the Yeti. And Schiavone's like, it's the Yeti. I'll tell you, Darby Allin lights himself on fire and then coffin drops into a snowbank. Yeah, to keep warm. And then they bring the Yeti back, and Shivani's there, and is like, "Winter's coming. It's Sting." No, dude, but for real, like, do you think he plants an AEW flag? I think that's what he's gonna do.
I think that's gonna be the only. You know, I'm on record as saying is like I don't think he should do that. I think now he should do that. It's not a bad thing to do. Now, how
he gets to the top and Glacier's there, and he has to feed Glacier from WCW.
Maybe the pole breaks on the on the way up. You know, a strong gust of wind just blows that bitch right off the mountain. So,
oh my God!
We'll see.
Stone Cold Steve Austin at the top, and he's like, "Me and Glacier gonna open a can of whoop ass on you."
Here's the highest stunner, bitch.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry.
Good luck to
Go
Darby
ahead.
Allin. Hopefully, you make it down in one piece. The descent is actually the dangerous part of climbing Mount Everest. So, we'll see about that.
The descent is the most dangerous. The descent is the most dangerous. Oh
So,
wow!
As I'm doing some research, it's just like because you've lost a lot of energy. Now there are base camps and all that. I'm sure there's somebody going to be in the chat going to teach me, better than what Grok told me.
And he weighs 40 pounds, dude. He's fine.
He's a thin boy, and well, good luck to him. Hopefully, he'll make it back in time for All In and the 14,000 people that will be there.
Well, yeah, and I do hope he's all good and makes it down. Like, that is crazy, and I'm glad that he's.
But if he dies,
living his best life.
I mean, that's how it goes.
So, I mean, that is fucking amazing. So, moving along here, we have some more news. Yes, the Young Bucks blocked me there. You guys see it. So, Hulk Hogan, brother. Hulk Hogan, Jack.
Hold on.
Yeah.
When did they block you?
This is a while ago. So February 1st is when I noticed it. And I remember at the time, like, my reaction was, oh shit, no way. I was told they don't like me. LOL. Like, I have heard that. Didn't notice that. But I don't believe people who are like, we listen to you. I don't fucking know. People say shit.
Well, you get some big wigs on this show. You know what I mean? Like, didn't you have you had LuFisto on?
No, I haven't had LuFisto, but that's
okay.
Yeah, no, I haven't. That was on Wrestling Soup, but like, we're cool. Like, we're gonna do that. I'm just not big on like hounding and bugging people. Yeah, but like Lou's cool, and that pretty much.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, but I haven't had her on, but that is coming down the line 100%. But as far as like, I don't know what people consider big. I don't know. I just try and have fun with it all. Ultimately, at the end of the day, though, I've been told shit like, people listen to this in the locker room, and so it's like, I don't know if I believe that, but let's say they're aware. They blocked me, Phil. And I don't even know because
hold on.
Yeah.
Can I stop? I'm going to derail the show because you and Marv, shout out Marv, had the same type of mentality. Like, nobody's listening to us. Nobody cares what we think. Nobody gives a goddamn. And I'm sitting here like, wait a second, stop right there. I know my dumbass gets a lot of play from people. Who would otherwise say that they don't listen to me and all that. I've got.
I know, bro. We get DMs where motherfuckers won't. So, they're not going to follow you, but they'll DM you and be like, "Hey,
right.
You know what I mean?"
So you guys are influential because remember, it's not so much the wrestling fans that find you guys, that find you guys influential. It's the wrestlers themselves because you guys are the first line of how people view what they're doing in the ring, out of the ring, on Twitter, Instagram, wherever the fuck. So, yeah, they're going to pay attention a little bit more to what you guys are doing than what fucking, let's say, I don't know, Air Gold or fucking Drainmaker. They're going to follow you guys because not only are you guys on YouTube, you're on Twitter, you're on other platforms. You guys are out and about. You do the thing. You do the damn thing. So stop not giving yourselves any goddamn credit. I'm sure a lot of people listen to you. We know Mrs. Cornette listens to you.
Yeah,
so,
I do know that.
You know what I mean? Like, if her, how many more? They're not going to tell you, but I'm sure CM
or
Punk
like,
has
no,
heard
I
a
got,
couple
yeah, I've
times.
been told, like, I know some, right, that'll pop in, like, and even in chat here too, like some people where it's like, oh, so there's some who've told me, but it's just not, and I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody for like, I'm not worth anybody like being perceived to a shit ass way. Like, look at the way Kylie Ray gets hated on for following heel Uzi. Like, if not following me saves you, sickos attacking you,
Right.
good. You know, like legit, I'm
follows
down. I'm
me.
not a pussy. I don't care. It's social media. What?
Kylie Ray follows me. What am I supposed to do? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Come on,
about
man.
that?
You're gonna drum it up. People think heel Uzi is like Kylie Ray and other wrestlers they've named. It's just, I don't know. People are wild.
Oh.
But the Bucks blocked me out of nowhere, and it was literally like the week before I was looking at their page, and their shit was didn't have me blocked. Like, I actually am a fan of the dudes. They drop shoes. I check them out. Like, I was a fan for a long ass time. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Right.
and I don't even go too hard on them. I don't think, like, I have just been like, fuck them and stuff on the show.
Yep.
But on social media,
you
I don't think
turned
so.
on
So to
them.
get,
That's
I
what's
don't know
going
what
on, yeah.
happened. I don't know what happened there, but
you know the date and time.
yeah, it's all good though. It's all good. Shout them out. But
sorry.
Do you have anything else to add to that, or do we make fun of Hulk Hogan here for a second?
We can make fun of the Hulkster.
But thank you for
Benjamin
putting
Shelton
me
of
over
Tennis
there.
Spring.
Awful.
Yeah, no
Awful.
problem.
Thanks for putting me over. I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't
Last
know,
time
man.
I do that shit.
Yeah, exactly, dude. We yeah, I just like to take the approach of like, I don't know.
I'm humble.
Be humble, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't
Sit
want to, whatever.
down.
It's awkward. I get awkward clearly when I get complimented. 626 for 2 says Darby versus Green Boots battle at the top of the world. Okay. Ed Brown has been a member for 13 goddamn months.
I will rule you.
Thank you so much. Okay, guys, we have news to get into. We have Awful here. Okay, Jesus Christ. You thought Tony Khan and the Bucks were blowing themselves in that book, dude. Wait till you get Awful on the show. Starts blowing you on your own goddamn show.
Oh,
I'm just saying, bro. You're like, oh, they're just gonna put themselves over. You just put me and Marv way over there. Yeah. So no, I'm just roasting. Hulk Hogan is a big fan of Benjamin Shelton. All right, this is what
Great
he just
tennis
said on the
player.
Pat McAfee show. You know something, dude. That Benjamin Shelton brother. Well, he's a brother. I trained that brother.
Great guys like Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar, you know, they're Benjamin Shelton. There's some really tough guys, really crazy wrestlers. Like I got Brock Lesnar right after he left the UFC. I got him first. I got Kurt Angle when his eyeballs used to roll back like a shark and he'd come out.
You mean Perk Angle, dude? That was in TNA. No.
Yeah, really.
You know, Benjamin Shelton, all these
Benjamin Shelton,
different guys that I've had the opportunity to see adapt to our business. Great guys like Kurt Angle.
Jesus Christ, what is he? All these guys I got to see, and he names all the shooters. Like, okay, gymnasts adapt to the fucking business too. What are you talking about, man?
So apparently, in context, because we discovered this shit on Toonie Talk last night. Hogan's talking about his new Real American Freestyle.
So then that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, amateur wrestling league that he's gonna try hard as fuck to put out there. I don't see how
with Izzy Martinez, Eric Bischoff, Ben Askren, Chael
so I'm
Sonnen.
sure
There's
the
already
question
names
was
involved.
asked something about like, you know, can these guys, I don't know what the fuck
No,
was
that
asked,
makes
but-
sense. See, that's the thing with these clips, man. You don't know. It's like, well, I was on Joe Rogan, dude, and I said Brock Lesnar and was in Pride in 1972 or whatever, you know. And it's like, or is he talking about in context? So he mixed up the name Benjamin Shelton, but just don't talk about it if you don't. Fuck, I don't know. You know they're bringing that Gable Steveson guy in, but that is kind of funny. He's mixing the names up rather, because he's always botching. But Benjamin Shelton had this to say: "Message to Hulk Hogan: You lost me forever with your don't get caught, or as you would call it, apology speech. So rather than screw up my name and pretend we ever had any sort of camaraderie, which we never had, please do me a favor and keep my name out your fucking mouth." With Will Smith. And Chris Rock is like, I didn't even do anything. But yeah, so what do you make of all this? Shelton's response here.
A better man wouldn't have posted it, but I mean, I understand what Shelton Benjamin's doing. Like on a certain level, you wouldn't respond to it because, first off, I'm almost certain that the clip that you saw was completely out of context, just like we saw. You know what I mean? Like he just name drops, and he said that you were a tough SOB and all that shit, and because it's coming out of Hulk Hogan, I mean, okay, big deal. But as you can see, Shelton Benjamin got some traction with what he posted. That's why I don't really blame him for posting it. But it's just like, all right, because Hogan, I guess, messed up your name. I guess you feel obliged to come out and post. Cool, you got your 2.2 million views, and good day for you, sir. But I mean, other than that, what could be said?
Well, it'll equate to our key demo. We'll get more views on Dynamite now. Maybe that's the mentality. So AEW All in Texas commemorative luchador mask. And again, they just come up with this shit. Like WWE just wiped their ass in the El Grande Americano. I tweeted out El Picanha Americano. Is that right? Is that right? The little American, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's what I tweeted out.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, this looks like, masked wrestler. Who is the guy who wrestled in the Attitude Era? Which wrestler was that? At the beginning
Patriot?
of the Attitude Era, the Patriot. Thank you. Yeah, it's just like the Patriots mask. Thank you. I was like, yeah, this looks like the masked wrestler mixed with the Patriot. And I don't know. What do you make of this mask?
Shit. Look at that fucking bullshit. That is
and man, the hologram masks look the same. Hey, awful. The hologram masks look the same. So I don't want to hear nobody complain about tariffs or nothing for this cheap ass fucking material going on here, dude.
What's up with the sharp edges? Like, there's nothing flows on this mask. And because you put a star in the middle of the goddamn thing doesn't indicate that it's Texas or anything like that.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my God.
Look at the terrible stitching.
The geeks some dumb shit. Like, yeah, really terrible stitching, just a terrible design all around. That mask looks like it hurts.
It looks like they forgot to, like, at the last minute, someone's like, we forgot to put red on the mask, sir. Just quickly put red on the top. Finish them all with some red on the top. Like, what?
Put AEW on the side.
These are so shitty. You could get a better lucha mask in a fucking
oh my God,
Mexico,
what's going
dude,
on
a
with the
resort.
yarmulke, the red yarmulke at the top? I just now noticed that.
Yeah, like what is that? Oh, we forgot to add red on this whole entire thing. Quickly, just replace all. Okay, cut the tops off of all of them, and then put red on the top, and then we could make like 5 more masks out of the leftover blue. Like what the.
The All in Texas Super Jew commemorative luchador mask.
Ohio, Milvalista, hey, Mazel Tov.
Oy
Oh my goodness.
What's up with those like the eye cutouts? Like, why why is everything so boxy? If I were one of the people in the focus group, I would have wiped my ass with it. That's exactly what I think about it. Wipe my ass with it and then throwing it right back on the table. There you go. That's what I think of your $40 fucking mask with $15 shipping and handling. Give me a break.
And why the strings? Like, who wants to go through the stress of like, oh, I gotta lace my mask?
Get your mom to do it. Hey babe,
or that guy from
mask.
Yeah. Or that Fear the Revolution guy that Neckbeards is always posting. He's there like, hey kids, I'll help you tie your mask.
Right.
Just line up behind me, behind this van over here.
Can they tie anything?
So AEW Collision last Saturday averaged 341,000 viewers and did a .06
the
in
mouth
the key
isn't
demo.
breathable in that mask.
Oh, man, this
like
shit.
It's just a suffocating mask.
I don't know. It looks like a gimp suit. It looks like something you unlock on Grand Theft Auto. You
Put
know,
a ball in it.
Jesus.
All right.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. So Collision, though, a 341,000, a .06 in the key demo. The key demo's going down and down and down. The show's skewing older. These stats don't even fucking matter because it's streaming. So this isn't factoring in the max number, which is nothing, we know, but terrible, especially after they ran these victory laps trying to say Collision beat NXT and Collision had 700,000 average viewership. Meanwhile, it's because it was 1.3 million lead in, and then at the end of it, they had like 350,000 watching them or whatever. And so it averages out to 700,000. It's just a dumb tactic that used to work when people were listening to the radio, say, when we didn't understand numbers and things, when we couldn't Google stuff, say, back in the day, it was 4 million were watching the Nielsen rating,
AEW is trying to do this last-minute push of trying to get Collision back on the radar. They've been in the last, I think, 4 or 5 weeks. They brought in Moxley. They brought in Mercedes Moné. They're bringing in Tony Storm. They're trying to bring in all these hard hitters. These ratings heavyweights.
Rhino,
yeah,
dude, Rhino, dude. They just brought him in. He jobbed to Nick Wayne in 5 minutes,
and there you have it. That's what I'm saying. Like all this push for the ratings, it's all too late. Collision's the next one to go. Can't wait.
Yeah, it is gonna. I believe Collision could be bye boyfriend. It's best that you be on your way.
The good news is that they'll be able to focus in on Dynamite. They'll just be able to work every Wednesday, do the best shows or the best shows that Tony Khan thinks he can do.
Yeah,
we'll see. Look at that goofball.
I agree with you, brother, that they can just focus on AEW that way. I mean, AEW Dynamite that way. Speaking of AEW Dynamite, here's what Tony had to tweet about tonight's Dynamite. Look at this. Talking about a book, it looks like Tony just released it on his fucking timeline for free. So don't miss Wednesday night. Hashtag AEW Dynamite tonight. Samoa Joe versus Claudio in a match of epic proportions 1 week before Beach Break. Plus, in her red carpet challenge, world champion Timeless Toni Storm has said she'll fight anyone and everyone, and she's in a 4-way fight versus Anna Jay, the Penelope Ford, and former world champion Thunder Rosa tonight. Swerve plus Swerve confident Swerve teams with Speedball Mike Bailey and Sussex Code Chicken and what's his name again? Sorry, Mark Briscoe. I'm trying to say their real names instead of their handles. I'll just say their handles. Aiming for payback versus the Young Bucks along with their partner, the Notorious King Ricochet, in an incredible trios match. This tweet continues. Awful. Plus, an AEW Continental Champion, Rainmaker Okada, will take on fast-rising new star, the Jet Kevin Knight, who has been in memorable wars versus the Elite in recent weeks after making his impressive arrival at AEW, earning praise, money, and important wins along the way. Plus, we'll hear from Owen Hart Foundation tournament finalist Jamie Hayter tonight in a sit-down interview with the great Renee Paquette. Tonight, ahead. How many times are you going to say fucking plus and tonight? Ahead of her AEW Double or Nothing Finals fight versus TBS champion Mercedes Moné. Plus, ahead of their highly anticipated Double or Nothing Owen Foundation final match, Hangman Adam Page will appear live. Plus, we'll hear from Will Ospreay tonight. Thank you all for watching. AEW's on a great run of shows right now, and we're excited to see you on at 8 Eastern, blah, blah, blah. Holy shit. Tonight! He said tonight at the end again. Streaming on Max and TBS tonight! He said it again.
Right.
So this guy's losing his shit. Yeah. Why would you tell just the whole he just quickly typed. This is why. He's like, who's in town? He just quickly typed the fucking show out on his phone, copied, pasted it from notes into his Twitter. Like, how the fuck else? Bro, because it's the whole show. Why would I even tune into a show when you just told me the whole show? And they keep going,
all he did, Phil, was he just described the poster that he usually puts up. You know what I mean?
Is the text. This is the image to text AI of the fucking of the
Create me an image of Dynamite tonight.
Jesus, man. It's crazy. I don't know. Like, this is the promotion they get. It's just, well, as Dave Meltzer would say, Triple H is just cool. Tony Khan's just not cool.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And this would add to it, but that's fucking hilarious, dude. Imagine what this guy's phone sees. You know what I'm saying? Just picture that right there. So Tony Khan's reaction. Tony Khan reacted to WWE acquiring AAA. Now, this is courtesy of Conan. Okay. So it's not an allegedly.
Okay.
So here's some hot news. So Conan had this to say. They said Tony Khan kind of no-sold it. Like, yeah, that's good. That's good for business. Khan wasn't thrilled about it. You've got to think he doesn't really like it because he went way out of his way to try to hurt AAA by working with CMLL. So Conan explained Khan's partnership with CMLL has been positioned as a direct counter to AAA, and it is what it is, leaving the door open for more fallout. And it is what it is, man. Yeah, so I don't know. That's not really Tony Khan's reaction, but I guess it is a little bit. If he did say, if that's real, like, oh, he fucking... that's good for business, good for them, blah, blah, blah. But I know WWE wanted to try and buy CMLL, and I know that Dave Meltzer's like, oh, they're keeping notes of CMLL guys. They already have the list of guys they're eyeing up. And I know that like MLW and CMLL, like go watch an MLW show. It's just like 80% CMLL guys.
Right.
Their relationship's way better than the one with AEW because it gets messy a bit about like who can get booked and who can or whatever. So they went with AAA. And that's a way better move. They have younger guys, and they're like hot again, so they can get in on something that like Alberto's really been boosting them up. We also have, when it comes to the Alberto stuff, I guess we're in AEW news. We'll talk about that when we go to WWE news. But yeah, former WWE star Maven Huffman was backstage at tonight's AEW Collision in Atlantic City. What do you make of that? That was last week.
So what? Doesn't mean a damn thing. I mean, there's a lot of guys that visit backstage all the time.
Yeah, he's there doing a YouTube confrontation of Tony Khan. So what the fuck's going on, man, with your goddamn show? And then Tony's like, oh, get him out of here.
How did you?
So the righteous Dutch and Vincent requested a release from their AEW ROH contracts and were granted that release last week. And I put out a tweet that I'm going to read about this. I said, like, if these guys are released, I'm going to reiterate something I said a long time ago on my show. At least when WWE releases people, there's outrage and the sheets blasted out everywhere, and they'd even make press or social media statements about it themselves. And then fans can be hype about where some of these guys and gals end up next. With AEW, no sheets have the scoop. They tiptoe around because they don't want to like stooge, oh, Tony Khan's ghosting again, right? They tiptoe around the news to try to not piss off TK. Tony ghosts the talent. There's no fanfare buzz and nobody gives a shit. And I'm not trying to shit on the righteous with this because I'm happy. I just put it over. I'm glad Karrion Kross gave them some buzz. And AEW really tried to smash them over, but then they just dropped it again just because. Like, Tony just needed them for a storyline. They're just a team MJF could beat, right? And so this rings true, and a lot of people quote you to me, and they're like, first off, there's a fucking difference between your contract expiring and being part of budget cuts or whatever the fuck. These guys asked for their release. It's a release. It all stands. It doesn't matter. Shotzi Blackheart wasn't released. There was still some buzz of people like, no, Shotzi, or we'll see Shotzi, or even Monet posting pictures of, look at all the ex-WWE people. You don't see Monet posting like her with Dutch and Vincent and are like, yeah, the righteous were awesome dudes. No one in AEW is doing that. There's no one like getting each other's backs and shit and like hyping it up. They're fucking released. They asked to be let go. They were let go. Okay, it's the same thing. The point still stands. Where's the buzz? Where's this locker room that I'm sure, this AEW book is going to be like, it's the best locker room, the greatest locker room ever, and all this shit. However, where are they rallying behind the people who are like, hey, can we get the fuck out of here? Or the people being frozen? They're all afraid to speak up and shit because they don't want their money train cut off either. And the same shit stands, man. They asked for their release. They got fucking released. So you're all stupid idiots, these sickos, man. But yeah, I'm glad that they got released. Again, I am a fan of these guys, but I'm not like, yeah, let's bloat up the WWE roster. But hey, man, I'm always down with more tag teams. I think on Raw as well, although we have some tattied up guys. What do you make of the Righteous? Do you remember their little run, their little stint in AEW there?
I don't remember their little run.
Okay.
And the fact that they're getting blown up as much as they are, because apparently they were cited at an NXT taping. Okay.
Good.
Damn. I think there needs to be a moratorium on hiring any more wrestlers for this industry. No shit. I'm not joking. Because, like, I've seen too many women on my television, too many wrestlers on television, like, and you're all starting to look alike. There's no differentiation between after the top stars. Underneath them, it's just like everybody's looking the same, everybody's acting the same. And this goes for both promotions, all promotions, really. You guys have got to learn how to develop some character. Like Shotzi Blackheart, do so. Like, there's only one person that I found interesting outside of AEW and WWE. That shouldn't be the case. The indie darlings should be the ones really being like, we're really going to develop our character. We're really going to, try to outshine everybody. Nobody stands out anymore in professional wrestling. Very few do.
Well, my friends, Shotzi, Shayna, Dakota, Antonia Storm, gonna take over wrestling. So yeah, dude, I'm glad she posted that shitty Photoshop there. David Zaslav bet big that they can. I hate to say I told you so, but David Zaslav bet big that they can show the world that the DC IP can have real value. Yeah, it can, man. Just you guys have fucked it up so many times. Superman is the first movie. I'm hoping this thing does well, man. That will set the tone. They have a tremendous amount riding on it. Experts claim, am I calling David Zaslav? How have I been saying this for like the better part of fucking a year and a half now? Experts claiming WBD is very dependent on Superman's performance through DC. They're very dependent. Do you see those words? And now, also, Zaslav said, I quoted it on another show, and I missaid some shit, which we're going to go, like I was like, oh, Amazon, or Max will be an extension on Amazon. And people were like, it already is. They corrected me. Right. I'm a dumbass. In Canada, it's not that way, right? So I guess in the States, it's already like that. But Zaslav said they lost the war to Netflix and Amazon, and they figured out what content their customers want, and they ran through the list, and not one sporting entertainment, AEW, pro wrestling, it wasn't mentioned. They're like HBO, they want one-off docs and this and that, right? They list all this shit, and we want Max to be an extension on everything. Yeah, and so I'm telling you, the DC IP, and notice he said DC IP. This is the fucking exact shit I said so long ago. They might sell that shit to Disney. Disney will bid for it, okay? They might try and sell that shit to let someone else try and do it correctly if this fucks up. Now, I have faith in Gunn, and they're planning a lot, and that's why they're telling you we're planning a bunch in advance, right? But last time they did this, it blew up in their face with Flash. They had a bunch planned after that, but just because of Ezra Miller, people didn't want to fuck with that movie, and so it just all blew up in their face. And so if this fucks up, what's to stop? Like, how long do you think Collision's going to be around if they start selling off,
properties?
Exactly. Like, hey, Looney Tunes, go over here, or like let Amazon license shit from us instead of, like, people want WBD specific content, Warner Bros stuff, but but none of it's like AEW. It's all like the original stuff that they've had pretty much their library over the years. Is the way I look at it, and then their DC IP. But will people turn out to see Superman? Yeah, but will it even make money?
Listen,
who fucking knows?
The new Avengers made some big change. You know what I mean? Like they first off, and I mean big change as far as money. Like for their opening weekend, they did pretty goddamn well.
You're talking about Thunderbolts, right? Which is like asterisk.
Well, the new Avengers,
the new Avengers,
like,
right? So here's the thing with that movie, though. I think it did lose a bit of fucking money. I think it did overall, or like they're about to break even. I think they're like breaking even on the global. So now I encourage people to go see it, because they did that movie did cost a lot of money, but I loved it. And you are right. They did break in a chunk of change. This Superman movie, we're talking like hundreds of millions went into this, bro. Like, I don't know if hopefully it does it, like hopefully it makes money. And how does this relate to AEW? Well, man, you have a show drawing 300,000, like maybe that makes them happy. But when Big Bang reruns are still out drawing it, it's only a matter of time before they're like, okay, maybe we need to.
If Superman's marketing team keeps it on the level of, hey guys, just give us another shot. Just give us another shot. Superman will do well, because Superman is not just a WBD property. Let's face it. It's like an American institution.
Yeah.
And people are going to ultimately want to see Superman do well at, in the box office or on screen or what have you. So WBD shouldn't be as worried as they they think. I mean, if the movie sucks and they've had bad focus groups and people have been like, you might want to change this up, then you've got cause for concern.
Well,
But
bro, he's already
go ahead.
bracing for Impact. It's Zaslav's already saying this. That's where I'm like, holy shit, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think he's worrying a little bit too much. I've not seen anybody poo-poo on Superman. You know, as far as like everybody's anticipating what they're going to get. So I think there's going to be a big push for everybody to see it. And I think they're going to give it a pass because it's a whole new property. They see what they're trying to do. You know, as with every new property, it's not a new property. You know what the fuck I'm saying? Like they're trying to start.
I get it.
They're trying to start over. We're going to give you that pass.
Right.
Now, if Superman 2 sucks and Superman 3 stinks, then now we've got problems. But I think America, the world, essentially, is going to want Superman to do well in the box office.
Damn,
I'm
I love
looking
your
forward to see it.
optimism, dude. Me too,
Yeah,
guy.
I mean,
I'm gonna go for sure. I'm gonna go like as quick as I can see this thing. I'm gonna go see it. Shout out James Gunn. But yeah, I'm really pulling for them. And what do you make of basically Zaslav? He was also saying like, okay, we need to focus on like our HBO content, one-off documentaries, like one-shot documentaries, original series, Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes, like the shit they own. You know, like people want that, and we want to really bolster. It's like, hey, here, Max is something you add to your Netflix or add to your Amazon or whatever, instead of trying to be like, here's this thing, Max, subscribe to Max and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like they're more as focused on being an add-on. What do you make of that? I think that's like a good move for them, and none of that involves sports entertainment. They didn't bring up NFL or AEW or any of that shit.
Yeah, listen, I'm not too familiar on WBD/Max's content base as far as what's going on inside on their site or on their app, but it should be real simple. WB is a gigantic studio. Why you don't have, and I'm talking like every movie you've ever done in your library so that somebody can just type it up like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to pick and choose your best movies. Just put it all out there. The Tom and Jerry's, I think, would be a great addition. I mean, goddamn, I have a tough time looking for those things for my nephews and nieces when I'm gone on YouTube or whatever. You only get the little tiny clips, but. As far as are they still? They're still big time in the hole. Like $8 billion in the hole.
Oh, tons, man, tons.
Yeah,
and hopefully, I mean that won't change. Meanwhile, Zaslav's just pocketing millions, and I don't know, man. Here's the thing, though. Some people do boo boo on like Superman and even the new Fantastic Four trailer and shit. And my thing is like this: these are not. I don't know, man. People who boo boo on the shit right away. It's like you gotta understand. They're making creative choices. It can never be one-to-one adaptations from comics. You have to make creative choices. You have to be bold. Like these are some of the most uncreative people ever are like, fuck this. Oh, Crypto the dog. Fucking this looks dumb. It's like, nah, man, give it a shot. You have to make bold choices. At least these people are going out there. So much goes into making fucking movies like this that you can't just talk. Yeah, go ahead.
One of your friends in the chat said superhero flicks need a decade pause, and I'm on 1,000% agreement.
I agree with that. Yeah,
like you need to come. You actually
I've been
need
harping
to
on
start
that forever.
making some real homegrown movies. Like you see what the you see what international movies are doing. You got things like Squid Games and Parasite.
Oh, can't wait! Season 3.
Like just great movies that don't cost a lot of money and will do you well, especially on these streaming apps. I mean, it may be time for Marvel to take like a little vacation for about.
Yeah, and they need to do things in they need to hire like a young guy. Like if you're going to reboot Batman, you got to pick a young guy, hire him, sign him automatically to a shitload of movies with like huge pay increases, because if you're going to pull it off, you do it right, and you film movies 3 at a time. That's the way you do comic books, man, because comic books are there's so much, you know. So it's like before I see Batman take down Bane, I need to see him take down like Calendar Man, the Penguin once and throw down with, like he's got to fight a few people to get there. The Rat King, right? Who's like stealing children in the sewers of Gotham. We need that. He's the world's greatest detective. One movie's got to be like, okay, I don't know. And then the last Riddler, I thought in the Matt Reeves one was fucking, he's like fighting internet troll Reddit guys with guns online. It's like, all right, to me, like it was a great movie. There was a bunch of shit I would have not done with that, but visually and everything, it's
like
cool.
What they did with the
and that's what I mean. They have a Batman
series is excellent.
Well, they have 2 Batmans coming out. They have another DCU Batman coming out as well. I agree. We need to pause on this shit for 5 to 10 years and then come back and retell these stories, recapture that feeling of Iron Man. Anyways, youtube.com/@PhilMarkso, where I talk about more movies and stuff like that. But that pertains to AEW because it pertains to WBD. And all I'm saying is, like, if they start selling shit off, like a lot of people have predicted, then AEW, how long till they last? But anyways, this was posted by Fightful, I guess, and Wrestle Purists. The word was that AEW found it hard. Well, hold on a second. EJ and Duca here. I have it bookmarked, actually. I'm jumping way, way, way ahead here, like Darby Allin on a mountain. So EJ and Duca, when he left WWE, right? And we covered it on the show, he was like shooting on them. And I put a tweet out there of like, guarantee the same energy won't be covered by Fightful, how they're just like shitting all over WWE and quoting Nduka. And he's like, I'm so glad to work for a boss that values me and blah, 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 and all this shit. Right. Then he goes to AEW. They don't do shit with him. And then EJ Nduka's liking tweets of people being like, oh, Nduka's get him off the bench. And then this was tweeted out by Fightful. Their quote is, the word was that AEW found it hard to put Nduka next to anyone without him outshining them physically. That's just a rumor. So who told him that? The guy who gets favorable coverage that Fightful was virtue signaling for when they got fired by WWE. They get benched by Tony Khan. The energy's not the same. Nobody's going, Tony Khan fucking benched him and didn't use him. He just gets silently released. Again, more of the AEW exodus. And now you mean to tell me the company that would book Marco Stunt versus Lance Archer or book Orange Cassidy versus fucking Wardlow found it hard to book this guy. This guy's such a supreme specimen god that they wouldn't put him in there. Okay. Or is he just fucking telling you stuff, That's
Amazing.
Where I'm at with it. So what do you think of that?
You said it all, Phil. I mean, my goodness. First off, I've never heard of EJ Nduka, but he does look like a physical specimen. I can see why they didn't want to put him on there. He's a better looking Swerve Strickland as far as physically. Like Swerve Strickland's got that beer gut that goes on, but this guy, he looks like he's in good physical condition. Can he cut a promo? Can he put people in seats? Not to say that AEW had that sort of focus group going on or data analytics on that shit, because they don't got that shit for anybody. But it's so true. Tony Khan does not like physically imposing people. And it shows in his booking. After 5 years, how can you not see it? The pattern's set.
Right, but so Fightful's like shilling for this guy though. Like, were you aware of when he got released from NXT and this guy was shitting all over WWE? Oh, okay. So this guy got released and he's like, I'm happy to work for and then he got scooped up by Tony Khan, and he's like, and then this guy was tweeting out, I'm happy to work for a boss that actually values me and blah, 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 all that shit. And then Tony just benched him. And then he got released silently. And Fightful, like Sapp was tweeting all this shit out. Like, man, he just stood up and he's been standing up for this for a long time about equal treatment and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. He goes to AEW. He just gets benched, silently released. And then now Fightful saying the word was that it was hard for AEW to put this guy next to anyone because he was so physically, he outshines everyone. Like, come on, Awful. You know what's going on here, bro.
That's our boy, Tony Khan. I mean, the best guy, Tony Khan.
Yeah, you're right. I might as well just hit the sound. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, here, I will give you one of those because you called for it.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Everyone, head to youtube.com/@awfulwrestling to check out his channel and all of those good things. Here, I'll put that back up on screen. So it's youtube.com/@awfulwrestling. On X and Twitter, he is, of course, Awful Wrestling, the awful one. and shout you out. Toonie Talk Wrestling at Toon Wrestling on Tuesdays. Anything else you need to plug or tell the good folks? And when can we expect your fucking book, man?
But we'll be talking about that shortly.
Yes,
you can expect
DM
the
me,
video
please.
in the next. Yes, you can expect the video in the next week. So if you subscribe to Awful Wrestling on YouTube, you'll definitely see a few videos between now and then. Question: what do you think the ratings are going to be, my friend?
Bro, 750. Over under? Should we do an over under?
Yes.
7. It'll be under. No, 750 is too high, right? Am I going too high?
Way
still
too fucking
yeah,
high.
Yeah. So we'll go under 7 is what I'll say. I don't know. Maybe that's still too high. 650. We'll go.
I'm calling
under.
it now, everybody. 618.
Ooh.
618.
We'll go over 650 is what I'll say. So you're taking the under. I'm
It ain't
taking the
happening.
over on that.
Yeah. What was
Yeah.
NXT's rating, by the way?
I
did they
don't
throw that out
remember. I think I got it bookmarked in WWE News, so I'll tell the good folks later. But I'm sure they beat Dynamite again. I'm almost positive of it. So.
Just a little formula cheat. Whenever you see the NXT rating, and it's high, expect the Dynamite rating to be terrible. When the NXT ratings around, I don't know, 650, 700. Expect AEW's rating to be around 615, 620. So that's a great indicator. If you're watching NXT, if NXT got 800,000, Dynamite's cooked tonight. I can't explain it. I don't know what the thing is, but there's a pattern going on, and that's it.
Well, as I would tell Brian, there's more than meets the eye, awful. There's more. The idea was, Brian. Okay, awful. Round of applause for the mean one. And peace to you, man. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you so much, brother.
Thank you guys. Bye.
All right, buddy. Make sure you DM me. Okay, let's get into it. We got to finish up some news over here now. Okay, so we move along. Meltzer said, what, the GOAT? Or here, let me check in with chat. And then we will. Okay, Jamie Earhart's been a member for 12 months. I need to hear a little emotional damage. Happy to hear your voice. It's been a while. Hello to the best chat on YouTube. Yeah, Jamie. What's up? I appreciate
emotional damage.
I don't know why you wanted that, but yeah. Okay, Burb going to go explore the botanicals. McCarthy, fuck yeah, for no reason. Tony Khan is an autistic alpha. High T badass, bro. 626. That's 626, of course. Pardon me, I need to find that clip. I want it as my text sound. I didn't know you had a garden. Yeah, I have a little garden myself as well. Mm-hmm. So the band's lead singer has chosen to prioritize wrestling matches. So here's Chris Jericho, right? So joining us on the show. There we go. Boom. There's Awful. Thanks for roasting him. Yeah. It was amazing. And then you guys roasted him on the good audio too, but I had to get through the goddamn show. So listen, we have Chris Jericho, right? And the Royal Grove, they canceled the May 3rd show at the Royal Grove, right? And they say canceled by artists. So the Fozzy show scheduled for May 3rd at the Royal Grove has been canceled by the artists. The band's lead singer has chosen to prioritize a wrestling match. And despite our efforts to keep the show as agreed, they have ultimately declined to perform. I've heard their ticket sales aren't doing that good. And they might even, their discussions of it could be like, do we just stop doing Fozzy? But I don't think they'll do that. Or they'll reunite just for the Jera Cruise every year. And then they just reunite for that because they might as well. They're making money doing that. And I don't know. But anyways, and despite our efforts to keep the show as agreed, they have ultimately declined to perform. We are very disappointed too and appreciate your understanding. So, hi, Greg. Management just advised that there's an issue with the show date. Chris's wrestling schedule has changed and they are no longer available on May 3rd. So you go over here to make up for the cancellation. All ticket holders, 2025 all year, all events access pass completely free. So, damn, dude, to make up for the cancellation, they want to keep the money, but offer ticket holders all year, all events you can get into. Jesus Christ, man. I think they probably canceled because low ticket sales, because on AEW Collision, May 3rd, there was no Chris Jericho on the whole show. There was no fucking Chris Jericho, man.
You just made the list.
So he just bailed, and probably because there wasn't a lot of tickets selling. Like, how much were they if the venue was like, oh, we're going to give you all year, all access for a cancellation, you know? So, well, here we go, folks. And I've seen shows, like, I know folks who are like, hey, I was at this Fozzy show. There wasn't a lot of people, and I'm not fucking knocking that, bro. When I was young, we did the grind, you know, people in fucking bands. Everybody knows someone, friends who's been in a band, or you've been in a band, or, you know, DJ, whatever the fuck you used to do. And you don't knock that shit, but it's, yeah, if that's the case, man, that's pretty fucked to do last minute like that. Then he wasn't even on Collision. Or Tony Khan just last minute was like, well, we don't need you. Either way, Tony or Chris look like wieners there. But Marina Shafir was like, let the galaxy burn, and posted a picture of her and Shayna Baszler. So that's going to definitely happen in some capacity. Not saying Baszler will be all elite, but don't be shocked. Josh Alexander says TNA never made him an offer before he joined AEW. They never even made him another one. So they just wanted his contract to be gone. And he was going to MLP, and they knew he was probably getting looked at it by other places anyways. And they probably thought he was going to go with WWE as well, to some degree. Well, I don't want to say probably, but it wouldn't shock me if that was the case either, where they're like, oh, he's going to go with WWE. But if they can't get him, whatever. I just know he's getting paid a lot, and he's a Scott D'Amore guy as well. D'Amore pushed him built him up into what he was in TNA, you know, which was like a legit main event guy, you know. So shout out Alexander, and he's doing the damn thing in AEW. Adam Copeland admits he doesn't even watch current wrestling. So this is another one. Him, Eddie Kingston, all these motherfuckers are like, this shit sucks. But you know Edge is keeping his eye on the houses and everything WWE's doing. You know he is, bro. The ROH Women's Pure Title Tournament participant and former ROH Women's World Champion Deonna Purrazzo is back in ROH action, taking on Real Catch AV in a Pure Rules match. So Deonna Purrazzo, again, just in ROH in a fucking tournament. Gets signed. There's buzz, fanfare. Oh, you're in a random tag team, and now you're fighting for the singles belt. Fucking terrible, man. So Dustin Rhodes says, before I retire, which will probably be in 2 or 3 years, I do want a shot at the Ring of Honor world title. I think I can get it. So he will be Ring of Honor world champion once. Here's Darby Allin landing kickflips. We watched this earlier. Right? 21,000 feet landing kickflips. Will Ospreay, okay, has been losing his shit, and he's just coping over WWE now. None of this shit he's about to say is true, because he would have signed with WWE. He wouldn't have signed with AEW. He knows all of this is true. And he can say he doesn't like shit all he wants. That's fine. These journalists are cocksuckers, kind of, for pause. Whoa, sorry. Very vulgar there. YouTube. For like always bringing this up and knowing that they'll get a headline and everyone will run with it and it'll go viral because everyone wants to roast Will Ospreay. I'm not complaining, you know, but at the end of the day, it's just sort of a corny thing to keep asking about too, because they know that they'll get their clicks. But I'm not hating the player. I'm kind of hating the game a little bit there, because we all do it. We all participate. You have to participate in it a little bit. So, but this is cope from fucking Will Ospreay. This is utter cope. He would, you know, he claims he could out wrestle most of WWE's roster on his worst day. Right. So we have more of the quote here. And he says he doesn't enjoy WWE. And he's like, bruv, WWE are on fire right now, bruv. But like, I still, not only as a viewer, but as a wrestler, bruv. They don't fall down, get back up, fall down, right? I just don't enjoy it. I haven't watched WrestleMania. what I've heard is it wasn't the best Mania. Oh my God. Ospreay hangs out with fucking marks, man. Oh my God, dude.
You fucking mark!
Man, not even studying his craft. Maybe like Io, Rhea, and Bianca was the only sick match on there. How about shut the fuck up because you didn't watch it? So who cares what Meltzer said that you read while you were like, oh, more 5 stars. More stars, bruv. Here's some stars, bruv. We'll flip for stars, bruv. Which 3 of them are the best wrestlers, period. But for me, I just never was a WWE guy. I respect it, and the guys doing it, that schedule is crazy, and I commend more doing it. I just didn't like it. I don't like the show. Don't like the style of wrestling. Don't like the presentation. It's got better. I like the one-shots they've been doing, but you say you don't watch it. So the one-shots they've been doing, you mean the shit Tony Khan is copying that you're now like, oh, one-shot's way better. Jesus Christ. I just never been a big fan of it. So that's why when AEW came along and they went with like the sports-based style of it, they didn't do that. They didn't go with it. They went with this is a Mortal Kombat movie aspect of it. They went with here's like the video game, here's 2K brought to life. They didn't go with the sports-based aspect. And even the 2K games are trying to reel it in to be more sports-like. It was something I could sink my teeth into. So that's like utter cope. He just doesn't watch, which he admits. So it's just like, all right. I mean, you can have your dumb fucking opinion, but it doesn't stick. But then down here, he's saying like, I could out wrestle on me worst day, bruv. Me and me mates, when I sit on his shoulders and me other mate picks up me other mate on his shoulders and we slap each other. You know what I mean? I need Joe Numbers here, dude. Fall down. Where's Julia Gulia? Get me the fucking sound of him just saying fall down, get back up, fall down, get back up, bro. Because like Jesus Christ. He says, I still, as not only a viewer, but also a wrestler, just don't enjoy it. I haven't watched wrestling. Okay. Where does he say, of course, I respect WWE and admire everyone there. But for me, there's always been this little bit. This is like saying, oh, man, I don't like Scorsese movies, you know, but like fucking I could act circles around those jerk-offs. You know, this is like, oh, man, I don't like fucking Brad Pitt movies, but I could act circles around that guy. It's like saying that, bro. That's how fucking... You sound. I need coping and seething too. Like, Jesus Christ, man! You sound so fucking vagina hurt.
Wrestling's not fake.
Yeah, you're the biggest. You draw the biggest crowds, bruv. You've got the biggest deals, bruv. But the moment the bell rings, I think we're better than all of them. Honestly, on my worst day, I think I'm better than a lot of their guys in ring and on the mic. See, here's the thing, Ospreay, is that you don't believe that.
Liar!
And we know you don't believe that because you would have signed them.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
And you wouldn't have signed where you signed, bruv. Okay? And this is called cope. And that's unfortunate. You know, that's on you, bro. But I mean, your moment with Hangman was tight tonight on Dynamite. I thought that was the best part. But the moment the bell rings, no, I think Chad Gable works circles around you, brother. Reigns is, so promo-wise, they've got some greats. Punk's great. Reigns is great. There are still things I need to catch up on. But in ring, I don't think anyone on that side matches up to our guys. So Nathan Frazier couldn't do what you do times 10. He couldn't do every exact move you do faster, quicker. Huh? Is that what you're trying to say, dude? I don't know about all that, man. That sounds like you are coping and seething. Cope says facing Randy Orton at Backlash 2020 in the greatest wrestling match ever felt like a no-win situation. And Edge was like, oh, it felt like a no-win situation. You know, I definitely wish that Backlash match could have been in front of more than just 20 students at the PC. You know, because I'm still really proud of it. And the circumstances that Randy and I were put in to pull something off were pretty ridiculous. I'm Aries. So yeah, that's what he told Inside the Ropes. Dave Meltzer was asked about it, and he's like, yes, I think if that was in front of a crowd, it would have been the greatest match ever recorded, or whatever the fuck. The Righteous, Vincent, and Dutch have departed AEW. Ring of Honor confirmed. That was Dynamite that just went down. Mercedes Monet has started a texting a service where you can text her for $99.99. $99.99. And you can text with her on this phone. I wonder if she's like, fuck. Are you a WWE fan? Fuck you. I don't even like. I wonder if she's like eating while she's texting them back and is like, oh, fuck you. I'm richer. Don't you know that? You know. So put me in the game, coach. Here is Harley Cameron just having a ball, having a blast, having a ball. Here we go.
If I get this in, everybody's gonna feel the wrath. Make it right. Yes!
Bang! Bang! It's good! Wins the game at the
Satnam saying with the W.
Oh, get me down!
Yes, it is I, Harley Cameron. And where am I, you ask yourself? I am in Detroit, but not only am I in Detroit, I am in Detroit at the Piston training facility. We're going to have a look around, and I just made my very first jersey. I am number 0. Sorry, I'm the...
She should just do this. She should just start a YouTube channel, call all these people she knows, and say, hey, Satnam, can you get me in the fucking Pistons, whatever, and just do this. Like, this should be what she does. She'd make so much money. I'm telling you, bro. Like, it wouldn't be a bad career move because she would just blow up, dude. You know? Like, right now. Someone said, too, Ren and Harley doing, like, a crossover. That would be fucking amazing.
So, come with me. We're going to check it out.
Yeah, I don't know. She's very charismatic and talented. So the Man Beast Rhino will appear live in Detroit at the Masonic Temple Theater, and he lost in 5 minutes to Nick Wayne. So there you go. Hopefully they paid him handsomely. And Heel Uzi says AEW's in a theater. I don't know. I thought the building looked good for them. I'm not even going to knock it. That's what all their shows should be. All their shows should be in theaters like that. That's way better. You know? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Round of applause. So we still have WWE news to get through, so we are going to get through this shit, folks. So let's head back over here, and we'll hit a breaking news. I'll check in with chat. NXT treated Rhino better. Yeah, no, they definitely look better in a smaller venue, way better. Tonight we're representing the Philluminati at the Masonic Temple. Not a bad crowd. Ren, Harley, Chelsea. Well, it is Ren's Day. We're going to get into it. So here's the Backlash card. Tomorrow I drop a pod in the morning with Squared Circle Maniacs, where you guys can hear me break down this card and just react to, like, we talk about, you know, how the IWC has been post-Mania and sort of like with the releases and just the vibes towards WWE. And then, and then we preview Backlash. It's a really great show. And I will be live for Backlash. Make sure you guys tune in for that. That'll be amazing. So breaking, actually here, let me play breaking news as we get into this next part. The WWE ID title tournaments will continue on June 8th in Long Island, New York. Already signed Timothy Thatcher, Kylie Ray, Swipe Right of Brad Baylor and Ricky Smokes. Sean Legacy, Marcus Mathers, Jackson Drake, Zara Zacher, plus many more to be announced. So there you go. We have the global ambassador, Titus O'Neil, has been announced for the new dating series King's Court with Bravo, so that's cool. King's Court is a spin-off of the Peacock original series Queen's Court. Per the show's announcement about the new Bravo dating show, in each episode, the Kings take the women on fun, adventurous dates to discover which of them tug at their heartstrings. The ladies pull out all the stops to make a lasting impression, but it comes to a head at the elimination dinner party when the men choose who gets another chance at love and who goes home. After navigating a roller coaster of emotional highs, dramatic lows, and tough eliminations, the Kings must ultimately decide which of these fabulous ladies is their queen. So shout him out, man, doing the show. I didn't even know he's single, but he's winning dad awards as a single dad. That's fucking gangster. Miles Bourne will challenge Obafemi for the NXT championship at Battleground. So we talked about it earlier. Jordan Grace was a little sloppy shop there. She dropped Julia on her head. She was also, coping and deleting posts over the wrestlers who dropped Leon Slater. And she was coping a bit after that dive that she did, that she botched as well. She's got to slow it down. She's dropping people on their heads. Another shocking moment was Miles Bourne, dude. And Ren Kowski right behind him. He gets a shot at Battleground. He's obviously going to get his ass kicked, but this is cool. Give him a shot. Might as well. And let's see him live up to the hype a little bit. And no one was expecting him to win that shit. It was a really, really great episode of NXT. Simon Miller said that today WWE has been WWE longer than WWF was the WWF. And this is as of yesterday. So as we go on, we remember everybody. All the times we
wrestling for dirtbags and lily pickers,
right? So as of yesterday, the WWE's been WWE longer than the WWF was the WWF. Fucking crazy, man. So here's R-Truth explaining his iconic photo with Tupac. Not only do I know, hey, all my New York listeners, I'm also down with the Cali, the West Coast. All right. We're going back to Cali. See what I did there? A little East Coast, West Coast crossover blend reference there. You guys know what I'm saying?
What's the story behind that iconic photo of you and Tupac?
Oh, wow.
Because people don't think this is real.
Really?
There's a lot of people that think this is either photoshopped or maybe AI. They don't.
AI wasn't around then. No. Okay, y'all remember when I told y'all I was down here in the streets playing with that candy and stuff? Okay, so I was using that money. I was a show opener for any act that came through North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. I was hustling my CDs. Well, back then I had little cassette tapes. I was hustling my videos, everything music I was hustling off. And they had these things called Jack the Rapper conventions. And they would go everywhere. And it would be where the A&Rs are, the record reps, everybody would be at. You come there, you audition, and you get signed. So I would follow those places around, man. Like every year I would go around. It lasts for like a good 3 months. And I would meet Tupac. He would be there at the Jack the Rapper convention. And it was just him, easy. Like it would be so many celebrities there. It's almost like it was the WrestleMania of the record industry. So imagine that. That's what I always see him there.
Were you friends with Tupac?
It was just a hangout thing, seeing him there all the time there.
Wow.
Yeah, man, like everybody's trying to, he had just done Juice.
R-Truth is like, yeah, man, I just said the candies earlier, we were, yeah, bro, we were chilling, It's so funny. He laid it down perfectly, but Van Vliet's like, oh, really?
So he had like pretty much made it, you know what I'm saying?
That's awesome. So R-Truth was an opening act for
what's the story
Tupac
behind
back in the day? The more you know. So let me see here. Turbo Josh Terry, who is the former, who was this? Riley Osborne, right? So a fake story that Brian Alvarez puts out there, right? So we'll give a fucking try and Brian. For Brian, Brian's like, one of the biggest things was there are people that they want to go and help out Evolve. And I was told he did not want to go to Evolve, and he made it very well known. And then Osborne, now known as Turbo Josh Terry, says, I worked the first set of Evolve tapings the day after my wife was released. When I was told by head coach on a phone call that night, I can have it off tomorrow if I need time with my wife, as we had to pull out of the house we were like 2 weeks from closing on. All I had to do was tell him, yeah, I'd like just a day to be with her. I was the first person in the building the next day and was commended on my professionalism. I will not have my work ethic questioned when I was busting my ass off in rehab to return, which I knew the return would have been on Evolve. Not everything you read online is true. So again, just lying ass. We'll give him a fucking flute for that one. Lion Brian. All right. Trying his ass off. Try hard, Brian, there. So Becky Lynch questions why she got compared to a scummy person like Hulk Hogan. And she says, my nose doesn't like sit perfectly straight anymore. My shoulder is popping out. I've got scars on my arms. All of this because what I've given to the industry. Like, I wear the scars of what I've done on my body. I wear them with pride because all I've given back. And these people go around and they compare me to the scummy person on earth. After everything I've done, after everything that I've done for them. Yeah, I see how that could be, but they're comparing just the wrestling. They're not comparing outside of wrestling. So for wrestling, Hulk Hogan gave his entire body too, right? And so they're just comparing like how you just insert yourself, not the outside stuff, but I get why you wouldn't want to be compared, right? That's like saying, oh... what Charles Manson did in prison is what I'm comparing you to, not the murders outside, whatever. But yeah, 23 years ago today, WWF was renamed to WWE. Crazy, get the F out, right? So Randy Orton opens up to Billboard about the WrestleMania 41 match, and he just said that to summate it. He's like, there was a lot up in the air, and there was a short list of names, and I was the one pushing for Hendry, and I really wanted Hendry. And they were iffy about it, but I'm glad I did it, you know? And he was happy to soak it all up. So there you go. All these marks, Dave Meltzer literally diminishing Randy Orton and Joe Hendry and being like Suzuki versus a blow-up doll would have been better, is essentially what he was saying. And he compared Hendry to a broomstick. And that's what he fucking did. He did that. We covered it on the show, okay? So, anyways... he can fuck off, and Orton wanted Hendry. So Rey Mysterio versus Jushin Thunder Liger from WCW Starrcade 96 was at one point planned to be included in the Rey Mysterio Showcase for 22. So there you go, man. The graphic for the match was found in the 22 files and everything. See, if you go back on my old Twitter, I was going off about this because that's what was floating around. And Jushin, they had everything ready to go. They just didn't add him in the game. There was no build for him. And that's a whole like rights thing and everything. And they just decided not to pull the trigger on that. But shout out Jushin, and hopefully we get him in. He's in the Hall of Fame, man. Every year they should go, here's the Hall of Fame DLC pack or whatever. I think that's the way to do it. Anyways, a new public filing, Thirsty Thurston, says that in the WWE shareholder lawsuit shows plaintiffs say Vince McMahon is resisting turning over evidence related to S misconduct allegations. Issues they argue are key to understanding his motives that led the merger of WWE with UFC. I'm withholding shit, pal. Not shit. That's a bad use of words. And it's definitely not under the seat of my plane in the hidden compartment. I mean, there's kitties in there, if you must know. So more of X-Pac. Speaking of Pac, Tupac, we got X-Pac in the building, okay? I can see a guy like real Karrion Kross get really over. He puts him over. And X-Pac, if you go back years, like maybe almost a goddamn decade ago when Karrion Kross was in Impact, and there's clips of X-Pac on AfterBuzz TV being like, hey, man, this Karrion Kross guy, like they should scoop him up and da-da-da-da-da. So he puts him over strong here, and I think this guy's getting geared up here, Karrion Kross, for a big push in WWE.
Is there a name or two right now that you're really enjoying their work, that you're really, really high on, that the old you would have loved to have a feud with?
Wow. I'm a big Damian Priest fan. Like I kind of helped mentor him a little bit, so I'm always going to mention him. Man, there's a lot of guys in there. Jacob Fatu, I'm real high on. Like I would have had great matches with him. Like because I was a good David and Goliath guy. You know, I could do that really well. Like for the women, man, like Io Sky is amazing. Bianca Belair, it's just a total package to me, honestly. So and there's it's just hard, man, because I don't want to leave a bunch of people
I
out
get
that
it.
are amazing and incredibly talented, but they stick out to me.
Can I tell you someone who's like under the radar right now? Maybe not, certainly not online, who's doing incredible stuff. Carrying Cross. I really love. I don't know if you've seen any
for sure.
his videos that he's been posting on.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I love when guys just say, you know what, I'm just gonna take matters into my own hands. I'm gonna try to control my own destiny.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not getting the shine or the opportunities on television, but there are
That's
other
right.
ways to get over. I think he's doing this wonderfully.
Yeah, you go like if they're not do what you got to do, man. Like it reminds me of Matt Cardona when he was doing like Zack Ryder and like doing those little like shooting his own angles and like putting stuff online, his own little talk shows or whatever. It's vignettes and everything, getting yourself over. And I could see a guy like Karrion Kross being frustrated and like feeling like he's got all this talent, like a hell of a look, and just hey man, like I'm right here, man. Give him the ball, let him see how far he runs with it.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to see him in that U.S. title picture. IC, mixing it up. Travis Scott is training with Booker T for his in-ring WWE debut. Sucker. Hopefully he can pull it off, man. He's no spring chicken. Tools Adam Jones lays down ripping guitar riff for WWE's Penta. So Penta's theme, and this is from the Anthony Fantano. He's the needle drop, the guy who reviews music and shit. And, rappers have beefed with him a bunch. And, yeah, dude, Tools Adam Jones crushes it, and he's reviewing WWE Penta's theme, which is fucking amazing. Speaking of luchadors, El Grande Americano is your new WWE Speed Champion. So, ole to you, good sir. Randy Orton names his Mount Rushmore of female rappers: Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion, Glorilla. Hold on a second, though. Mount Rushmore? Hold on a second. You got to go back. If Missy Elliott and shit, and maybe he's like, no, I like bars and shit. Maybe that's what he's looking at. Maybe he's a bars guy, But as far as like, I don't know. I feel Missy Elliott has to be on everyone's list. You have to go back further too than that. I mean, you have like Salt and Peppa and stuff like that, you got to go back, I think, further if we're talking Mount Rushmore, but maybe he's just talking right now, this is who he likes. So good for Randy Orton. He's into it. Into the female rappers there. So Karrion Kross currently has the third top selling t-shirt on WWE Shop. Speaking of Orton and Kross sits just behind Randy Orton and John Cena as the third highest merch seller right now. We want it. The people demand it, Triple H. Stop being a coward. Let's fucking do this, okay?
Wrestling's not fake!
Push our guy, man. He can do it. Give him the ball, like X-Pac said. Here is Danny Palmer, who was recently released and retired. She just retired from pro wrestling. I think she's only like 27 years old. And she shows off the finisher she never got to debut. And I told y'all, I was like, listen, Danny Palmer, every NXT match she had was her tryout for AEW, Look at this shit. Look at this crazy flip. What is that? An inverted... I don't even know what that's called, but go do that in AEW. She retired, which I think we have a statement from her here. Yes. So she's only 27 years old. Okay. And she says, honestly, so at peace. My body was trying to tell me it was time. My mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes. What a fun friggin' athletic career, though. 1000% convinced I wasn't brought to WWE to wrestle, but to meet Tank Ledger. Oh, so this is Tank's wife, dude. He's a current tag champion. Thank you, God. Well, I'm glad she's happy. It really had to end like this, though. I would have never quit. I've been going balls to the wall since I was like 9. 2 hip surgeries and blew my knee out in the past 2 years. Oof. I've been refined so much and got crazy tough when I thought I couldn't get tougher. God's been preparing me for what's next, and it is making me smile so big. Also, catch me at Pilates and on Hot Girl Walks. Start a YouTube channel where you do Hot Girl Walks and fucking Pilates. That's what you do. And just don't succumb to like oh, I love your flips. Because all I'm saying, man, she was doing some crazy shit. Go back, watch her matches, but they didn't make sense. Like she'd set up a spot where, you know, she'd just stuff in extra flips that didn't need to be there and shit. And you're like, okay, you know, she'd be great on like, what was that shit called? Dark or Dark Elevation or whatever. So Lucha Libre Online says Alberto Del Rio deserves a second chance in AEW and WWE/AAA. Here's the thing, man. He's contracted through Triple Mania as a talent. I could see him mixing it up with the WWE talent, getting the belt off him. Maybe a Rey Mysterio. Maybe you just do that. Why the fuck not? Maybe someone like Penta or some beats him, gets the belt. And if he's still super hot and selling as a heel, I could see potentially them working with him in AAA, just not in NXT and all that stuff. And he already works behind the scenes, so he will be kept on behind the scenes regardless to produce and do shit like that. I'm thinking for sure on the AAA end. And so they're really pushing. They put him on the alumni section, people saying he deserves a second chance. I don't know. That's for the people to decide, and Paige and I guess the IWC. I don't know. Randy Orton talks more with Billboard and says he was initially going to change his entrance theme for his return in 2023. Thank God he hasn't. It's already 2025, man. Feel alive. And then so the decision was made to keep it. The plan was still to change it at some point down the line. So he says, matter of fact, I was going to change it for my back surgery. Then we go to Lyon, France, and I think it was a year ago that we were there, and I mean everything changed. The whole place was singing my song word for word, and from the point forward, every venue, every show, no matter where we're at, more or less, the crowd is singing or at least trying to sing my song. I ain't changing it now. Yeah, don't change it. If you can keep old themes, like imagine a Def Rebel Randy Orton theme. Nobody wants that. You know, I don't want that, as Theo Von would say. Ladies and gentlemen, gear up because it is Ren's Day. And although we've seen some releases, Ren is definitely doing well on this Ren's Day because last night her guy, Miles Bourne, is the #1 contender against Trick Williams. And yeah, it's Ren's Day. It's also Rusev Day, so I don't know how he feels about that. But let's hear what Ren Sinclair, Maddie Renkowski has to say here today on this beautiful Ren's Day.
Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. This early morning edition is brought to you by I Can't Sleep because NXT was kind of weird last night. I mean, Miles won and he's going to face Oba, and then Charles was all like, I am actually. It was weird, right? But we are going to get to our questions. So question number 1, moving along. Pokemon versus Digimon. Pokemon.
Oh, I was going to pause and say, what do you guys think she says? I was going to say Pokemon is better personally, although I did fucks with Digimon early. You know, early Digimon, right? Like the second movie, like up until there. I think the season where they got to where like the kids Digimon was in real life or whatever, but not because of the original cast, you know, that's where I kind of fell off. I don't know if you guys remember that season or if that's making sense, but I was going to ask you guys what she picked. I'm glad she picked Pokemon, but let's hear her reason why.
Moving along. Pokemon versus Digimon. Pokemon. Never seen Digimon. I actually thought that the little orange thing was Raichu when I was younger. Sorry.
Yes.
Question number 2. Okay, but like I know they had the catch clause before where like anyone could defend the Heritage Cup, but like it was weird, right?
She's calling out the booking. Breaking the fourth wall. Ren Pool. Let's go, dude.
Question number 2. What's your favorite horror movie? Speed round. When I was younger, it was Orphan. When I was growing up, it was The Conjuring. I think that's the one with Mr. Boogie. If that's the one with Mr. Boogie, it scared the heck out of me. That one. And more recently, I do like Trick or Treat. I just recently saw it for the first time, like a year ago. So yeah. Question number 3. What song hypes you up the most? So if we're talking about in like days.
Those were shit selections for these, by the way. Just kidding. Trick or Treat's like pretty.
About in like daily life, it's going to be Leave Before You Love Me by the Jonas Brothers. I'll set my alarm to that and I'll play it in the car. If not that, like Morgan Wallen or something like that. And a sad song, because, if it's like words, I cannot speak. Words aren't wording. It's early. If we're talking about like in the gym or like before a match, nothing. I just go off pure adrenaline and anxiety because
and anxiety.
Hold on, partner. I'm overstimulated. Always. And also, it just popped in my head. I forgot to tell you all what my favorite rides were at Epic Universe. So those will show like right now.
Her ride ranking: Monsters Unchained, Harry Potter, Minecart Madness, Wing Glider, Mario Kart, Fire Drill, Constellation Carousel, Yoshi's Adventure, Dragon Rally Racer.
Also, bear in mind, disclaimer, I didn't ride Stardust Racer or the Wolfman because I'm not good at riding roller coasters.
Okay. A very personal Ren's Day here, where it got very personal. A look into the funniest part too is how she reads the questions off her hand. But like when you look at her hand, there's nothing written there. So to me, that pops me every time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE news. Round of applause for me and for you. Okay, I can't leave you without flutes, can I? Especially because we got a backlash. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, flutes in the chat. We're going to be joined by a very special Chris Jericho, and then I want to see flutes because it's something fun's gonna happen here, and we got a very delicious segment that's about to go down, and I'm gonna hang out with you guys a little longer because I love yous. Okay.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
I had to grab another soda water. It's great. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will head over to this folder. I will check in with chat. I want to see flutes in there. Okay. As we head over. I see flutes. I'd rather listen to him recite the 1,004 moves. Yeah, Canadian hero, pal. It's borderline abusive. Great night chat at 130 likes. Amazing, George. I stopped keeping an eye on it. So, cheers. At least Ren did not say truth or dare. Smile. Yeah. I mean, flutes. Love this tune. Aaron's totally real radio job. Phil Doze. Hell yeah. Flute Gate. Flute Gang. We're in the building. Okay. Let's get into it. It is time for everybody's... Here, 1 second. I just want to make sure I'm prepared here. Jericho didn't give me enough time. He needs the second verse. That's why my remix version is better. Let me get this soda water open here. I'm drinking this blueberry bubbly. It fucking sucks. You know, the best in order are cherry, pineapple, and then lime. That's my top 3 thus far bubbly ranking. Okay. And I see all the flutes. I love it. Where are we starting with there? And do you guys like those AI titles? We should make those in 2K. Those would be fucking amazing if someone could grab a picture of that and try and, I don't know how to make titles and upload content creation. That's what other people do. I don't do that. I just download the stuff, you know. Bolster. I need Jimmy Snuka on the roster, pal. He's the only Bloodline member who's not there, who's not featured in the game, right? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. Oh man, why do you make fun of Dave Meltzer? Just get over it all that. So Dave Meltzer is out there. Last week, he goes, if you usually watch Collision via DVR, which a ton of people do, check to make sure it's working with the channel switch on TBS. Actually, if except it's like, there's Brian, I had to manually set it yesterday. So like, okay. And then Glenn Gilberti answers, thank you, Dave. You do good work for AEW. Hope you're being compensated. Me too, man. Like, good little puppy dog work there. And also, he would never do that for WWE. And also, he would argue with Brian for 30 minutes about YouTube TV, but he's sitting here giving people instructions on how to find Collision on DVR or whatever. So crazy. Dave Meltzer reacted to all the releases, and he said that there was non-wrestling things and certain things that there's more than meets the eye. Transformers, Meltzer's in disguise, right? That played a factor into Riley Osborne's release. And we know Riley Osborne's response. He was like, fuck you. I was training to come back to Evolve after my wife was released, and I knew I was coming back to Evolve. You're full of shit. And Dave says, actually, his situation, it was, actually where it was one of those where it had to do with non-wrestling things, Brian. There was just, not political. That's not the right word, but, actually, except there were just certain things that happened with him, Brian. And it kind of led to them taking him off television. But, talent-wise, he's there. He's good. He's someone that AEW should at least take a look at. And now this is where Meltzer's trying to, affect the wrestling world and get people jobs or not. And then this guy pipes back at Meltzer and is like, you're fucking lying. Shut up. And it's like, good one, Meltzer stooge. You wanted him to get a job in AEW. Now he's looking at you like you're a fucking asshole.
Dummy. Yeah.
He just hurts more than he helps. Right? But talent-wise, he's there. He's good. He's someone that AEW should take a look at, take a chance at. Do it, Tony. Just take a chance on mine. And the great main line. Take a chance on me. He never really got to show it there. I was always impressed with him. And when I was asking people there, it was like, oh, yeah, he's really good. He was not cut over talent. So he wants Tony to sign this guy. Stop blowing up his spot. Yeah, Tony should take a chance on this guy who has all this bullshit going on backstage that I can't quite put a word on, but there's more than meets the eye. He's a Decepticon, right? Like, about, you're saying this, but then you're like, oh, take a chance on this guy who's going to cause you problems backstage, but you should hire him. Like, what a fucking idiot. I don't know why Dave is so stupid. He never helps. He just makes things way worse.
Stupid idiot.
Okay? So moving along here. Dave Meltzer talked about Alberto Del Rio, and he said, these signings are for the Mexican market. It's not like Alberto is going to show up on Raw or SmackDown. Vikingo may, or at least on NXT, I would expect. That's the basis. This is not an extension of their AAA contracts. This is new. These are new deals, and more people are expected to sign new deals, Brian. It makes sense, as WWE is. I don't want to use the word paranoid. It's the wrong word. But WWE is, why does he always same with the last thing? It's not political. That's not the right word, but it's like, I don't really know what it is. Well, then why'd you say political? And now idiots are going to go, it's political. What the fuck? Oh, they're paranoid. Well, it's not really well, I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. I don't know why paralyzed jumped into my head there, but it's like, dude, what the fuck if it's not paranoid, then what is it? They're weird. They're aware of people of talent they might want to sign. Yeah, they're a fucking wrestling company. Jesus Christ. So it makes sense. I don't want to use the word paranoid, but WWE is very guarded to make sure they don't fall into the situation that AEW fell in when they put Stephanie Vaquer on Forbidden Door while WWE had the opportunity to then snag her. They won't put themselves in that position, Dave. They bought AAA. What are you talking about? Hey, they want to sign you from AAA. No. Okay. We own that. No. They don't want to expose someone, particularly on the Los Angeles show, Worlds Collide. I think that anyone who's on the Los Angeles show, they want a WWE contract with them to make sure that AEW doesn't sign them. No, Dave is fantasy, Mark, booking. And of course they don't want this, but this isn't a thing. You're not on the Worlds Collide show unless you're signed. They bought AAA. So some of the names that we saw, oh, they have contracts. For all these fucking goobers like Dave Meltzer, no. They're contracts that say here, this is a one and done contract for this fucking Worlds Collide show or whatever WWE shit we use you on. Here's this new other contract until we absorb your AAA shit, and then we own you anyways. For all we know, it's just something like that. Like, oh yeah, Worlds Collide, you all have to sign these things because we don't technically own your Triple H deal or AAA deals yet, and we want to book you and put this AAA show on this summer. You know? It's really that simple, man. It's probably just something like that, if there even is anything. I don't know. We're hearing such conflicting stuff. The Stooge dirt sheets are saying one thing, and then people who I put way more faith in are saying a completely other thing. So I don't know. I don't know if I really trust Dave here. Wavy Davey with any Alberto talk. And someone tagged me in this. Midnight Madness 720 says Mushmouth Dave admitted his scheme on the latest Dark Side of the Ring.
The idea was if you tell crazy stories, there will be an appetite for more, even though it's all bullshit.
I gotta use that in the next video, man, in the next song or whatever. So, Dave Meltzer, the Wrestling Observer newsletter, says WWE will closely monitor AEW Grand Slam Mexico with the intention of signing any available talent. You guys, they were going to buy CMLL and rip that shit away. Okay. That's something seriously that was being considered. Now they're saying they're going to keep an eye on it. They already had a fucking eye on it, bro. And yeah, they might keep an eye on it, but Dave is trying to make it like, well, WWE, this all has to do with AEW. Has nothing to do with WWE just globally expanding and living out Triple H's vision that he always talked about with NXT. We'll have NXT Europe, Japan, man. He always talked about this shit. And no, Triple A's not going to turn into NXT. There might be an NXT Mexico where you see people doing shows with the WWE banner, but they're still just going to be AAA. You have all that history and everything. You're not just going to fuck that up. The crossover brand thing appeal is there along with TNA. That's why they're integrating that too. And yes, they have their eyes on the wrestling world. Okay. But this is like saying, oh, MLW is going to have their eye on the CMLL guys. It's like, yeah, all wrestling companies should have their eye on this fucking show if you're trying to be the best wrestling company, right? And so Dave's trying to make it out like it's this war over Mexico, which I do kind of like that a little bit. Hey, let's spice it up. Let's get it cooking. Like CMLL versus AAA, Noah versus Nuge, or whatever, maybe New Japan bails out of that and we see a different, whatever. Marigold versus Stardom, WWE versus AEW. Let's see more of it. NXT versus Ring of Honor. Let's see if AEW can hang. They ain't been hanging so far, but I'm here for it, Eric. I'm here for let's start a war. I want to see a third fucking company step up and be like, let's do this goddamn thing. But I just don't. Dave is trying to make it out like they're like, oh my god, this Grand Slam, man. They don't care. They're just focused on AAA right now. They don't want any of the CMLL guys, and any of the guys that they eyed up there, they have a list of already, Dave. They're not watching this show intently. They were about to buy they were about to acquire a whole federation from Mexico, one way or the other. Whether Tony was partnered with them at the time or whatever the fuck. Okay. So Alberto got hot. They went there. They went with that. They have good ties with Conan, Alberto, all that shit. So they go with AAA. AAA has a vast pool of young talent as well. So I think they made the right choice. And because some of the CMLL guys have been tarnished a bit from the AEW stuff. Like Mystico's a big superstar. Well, fucking he's on Collision. He's on Rampage, bro. No one cares, And so Vaquer, meanwhile, has been presented in this big way. So Dave is just, having a field day, just jerking his chicken to this one. You know what I mean? But yeah, WWE's goal is to recruit impressive CMLL talent appearing on the show to support their newly acquired AAA promotion. Dave's talking like they don't have talent in AAA and they don't already have a bunch of Latino talent, and that, you guys know what I'm saying? They don't have moves that they can make in a big talent pool of Evolve NIL talent. You know, not that they can't, like Serena Linton. She's like, I can speak Spanish. Maybe you get her put her in a mask, send her to Mexico for a bit to get some, some training in and stuff like that. They have North American titles as well that can float over, and you can get their stars against Mexican stars and stuff. And I just think it's crazy. Well, no, like, yeah, they'll recruit CMLL guys, but that's just part of the game. But it's not like Dave's sitting there. He wants to make it out like CMLL is the bigger proper. Like, they bought this AAA, whatever. But the same guy Dave was saying, El Hijo del Vikingo dream match with Kenny Omega. Why isn't he like, oh, they got the dreamy dream star Vikingo who will have dream matches with Roman? Why is it a dream match with Omega, but not a dream match with fucking Seth Rollins or whatever? They don't keep the same energy. And that's what I'm trying to point out here. And Dave is fantasy, like, oh, they're just going to swoop in for CMLL guy. No, don't make it about them. They could have had that if they wanted. They chose not to. So we have a couple clips here. Okay. So Dave Meltzer, speaking of people that were released, okay, Dave Meltzer talks about another person. So he's lobbying, trying to get Riley Osborne a job. Now he's lobbying, trying to get Dakota Kai a fucking job. And I'm like, Dave, stop. I want her to get hired there too. But like,
Shut up, bitch.
You keep blowing up people's spots and being fucking stupid. So let's take a listen and hear what Dave has to say about AEW signing Dakota Kai. Now, I think she should go there too, honestly. I think that's the type of wrestler Tony Khan likes. And I see her fitting in there, honestly. At the same token, Dave Meltzer, stop advocating like you're the uncool guy. Now that you're like, well, Dakota Kai's cool, right, kids? The key demo is going to keep going down.
Dakota Kai is gone.
Yeah, I think that when I first saw that name, my first thought is, okay, this is the one that AEW should try to take. I know the last time.
Why should they try and take her?
That she got cut. I believe that she was talking to AEW, and I know she was talking to Stardom, and then she got called back and didn't go. But she had, I don't know how the details of how deep the conversations were with AEW, but I could think that it's one of those things where we were ready to use her, and then she ran right back, and
then she ran right. We were ready to use her, then she ran right back. Like, listen to how he talks about AEW. Well, we were ready to use her. It was like, they were like, we were ready to use her, and she ran on back like a little scraggly dog to the hand that feeds Brian. She ran on back, ran away. And it's like, bro, this is why you can't have Dave Meltzer advocate for you. It's like, you're burying her before she even goes to AEW. You fucking idiot.
Kind of person that we want to invest, that she's just waiting to run right back type of thing. And
she's the kind of person we want to invest to, but she's just waiting to run right back. What a fucking prick.
I don't know. Obviously, I think TNA would take her in a heartbeat. She's good. She could help. There was some surprises with her name. Again, with most of the people who were cut, I didn't really sense that there was a surprise. It was just kind of sadness that they were cutting a lot of people. And
I didn't really sense there was a surprise, just kind of sadness. Where? When you were backstage?
Shut up, bitch.
He always says shit like this. I didn't sense there was sadness. Where? When I'm talking about the IWC, I say the IWC sentiments. I don't think it reflects the real world. What do you can separate the things. Dave, where was there sadness and or whatever the fuck you're talking about? Like, where did this take place? In the AEW locker room? In WWE's locker room? Or are you just making this up?
the people that were cut were people that weren't really being used. And Dakota hadn't been used in a couple of weeks, but she went to the finals with that tournament with Lyra Valkyria, for the North American or Intercontinental title, actually. And
actually, it was that one. Yeah. Oh,
I think that she's good. I think
what an endorsement.
She could be. I think that she could be beneficial to anyone across the board. There's not a lot of money in Stardom. I think she would do really well there. I don't know what
She's not going to Stardom, Dave Meltzer. Jesus Christ. Maybe she have a match there or something, but like, come on, man.
Budget would be as far as using her. They want women who will go there at a relatively inexpensive price and go there for a long period of time, like a month. And she might very well do that. But I would think TNA would find a spot for her. I would think that of all the names that were released, I think that she is the one that would be.
Well, why don't you aren't you the fucking Wrestling Observer newsletter? Why don't you call TNA and say, would you guys be interested in signing her? And get a fucking quote. Like, what are you doing? How can we trust when you just keep going, I think.
A best percentage bet for AEW. But
so he thinks it's a best percentage bet that she'll go to AEW. Dakota, don't listen to any of this man's career advice.
I think that she is the one that would be the best percentage bet for AEW. But I don't know if what happened before will, make that one difficult or not, but she's good. And I think that as far as there was some talk of her being injury prone,
I hate how he does this thing where there was some talk of injury. You mean that what everyone says about her? You mean what everyone says online? So then Dave spins it like, well, inside WWE, there is talk of injury proneness too. Yeah, everyone knows she's been hurt badly. And I just dissect everything he says, and I know he's just adding context to everything, but that's why we're here, right? We're laughing at the fucking guy.
WWE. But, when these things happen, you're always going to have a label.
The way he presents it, And
she did have a knee injury just recently. She's had some injuries, but everyone gets hurt in wrestling. And I haven't heard any sense. I mean, put it this way. The last time I saw her wrestle, she didn't look slow. She looked good. So
the last time you saw her wrestle was like when, bro? Like in the Lyra Valkyria tournament that you misremembered, thought was for the North American title?
Whatever. I would actually recommend hiring her. I have not heard anything that would make me think that she would have.
I would recommend hiring her like you've employed her before, Dave.
At WWE attitude in AEW, you never know. And like I say, when it comes
to WWE attitude in AEW, listen to this.
I haven't heard any sense. I mean, put it this way: the last time I saw her wrestle, she didn't look slow. She looked good. So whatever. I would actually recommend hiring her. I have not heard anything that would make me think that she would have that WWE attitude in AEW. You never know. And like I say, when it comes to hiring people from WWE, AEW really should be cautious because so many of them have done more damage.
Then why did you just suggest? So he's just saying, so everyone who's come over from WWE, he's saying you've all done way more damage. Why don't the sickos jump all over Dave? He's saying that Lashley and all these guys are doing way more damage to WWE or AEW coming over. And Dave is suggesting Tony Khan bring in 2 more WWE people, but he's saying you need to be careful. Bring in, here's my 2 suggestions. Now I just blew up the spot because Tony's going to be like, on it, boss. I mean, right? Because he still fucking thinks he's a correspondent for Observer. And this is craziness, man.
Then good. But some of them have obviously been.
And she's 37. Like, I'm not trying to knock it, but he's like, yeah, bring her in. He just said, well, Stardom can't bring her in because she'll want big money. And you know, I think he should sign her, but she's 37 and wants big money, and he's like, Tony should be careful who he signs. It's like, well, which is it, asshole? You know, like, you give terrible advice,
The best
man.
guy is Tony Khan.
The worst part is that we know Tony listens to this buffoon.
You know, very beneficial. So I would she's one I would go for.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He's just giving his opinion, though, on who he'd go for, I guess. Dave Meltzer. Here, Brian Alvarez, trying Brian and Dave Meltzer. So we will get another Brian up in here and leave it to Brian and Dave Meltzer to low-key throw shade on a great main event on Raw and have to bring up Michael Cole for something to shit on. And that's what these two guys do. Brian will try and dissect a lot of shit, but that's what these guys do. They low-key throw shade, or it's more high-key. It's the same thing they just did there with Dakota Kai. Well, she wants more money. And I mean, they also did it to Riley Osborne. Oh, there might be like political. Well, not that, just some weird shit backstage with him, but they should hire him. You know, it's like, what kind of shit is that, man? You're just burying them while trying to put them over at the same time. It just makes no goddamn sense. Here's a bit of a longer clip in our finale here, and here's Brian and Dave going back and forth about Raw and just finding something to boo-boo. Of course, they love Excalibur. These two fucking clowns love Excalibur, right? But Michael Cole is cringe to them.
And then we had Jey Uso and Seth Rollins for the world title. And I thought this match by the end was excellent. I mean, it was just kind of a Raw match early, but the last few minutes ended up getting quite great.
They had a lot of heat for the near falls at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, Seth's great, you know. I mean, he's great, and
God
damn. But I mean, it was still like, you know, lots of interference and lots of distractions, and you know, I mean, it was.
Imagine if this was his review of AEW. He would never review a match like this.
You know, but it worked.
It worked. Did it, Dave? The arbiter of, this worked. It always works. Why are you holding the mic like that?
Well, Braun grabs his foot, and so out comes Sami Zayn. And he comes down to the ring, and Seth ends up distracted. He eats a super kick, a spear, and the splash. Super kick, spear, and splash, and he kicks out of it. And the fans chant, "Holy shit."
Yeah, you know what's was bad. This was bad. Is
oh my God, this was really bad. Not Excalibur going in on Collision and check out on Rampage, and here's the whole show, and here's every match. Colliders collide. He'll never say shit about Sockface. He's got this to say right here. He's got this to say right here about Michael Cole, bro.
This was bad. Is Michael Cole on a couple of near falls that looked like the finish, just does the whole thing where he basically tells you it's not the finish.
He does it all the time.
I mean, it was.
That's why I avoided the part in the promo from Pat McAfee where he said that Michael Cole was the GOAT.
He did say that, but it's like, it's you know, it's not Michael Cole. This is how they teach in WWE. Every announcer does it, but Michael Cole is.
Okay, who's better than Michael Cole? Name him. Go. Chuckle fuck and chuckle doo-doo. Okay, who's better right now? Well, Ian Riccaboni. Okay, he's just an indie Michael Cole. He's like a not as good Vic Joseph who like throws his own jokes in there and shit. When we're talking sports based. All right. So I get it. Like, who's better? Nigel. Well, Nigel's healing. So who's better at Michael Cole's role? My argument is maybe Vic Joseph. And that's his protege right there. So who's better legit? Let's honestly come up with it, and let's be honest with ourselves. Who the Taz? Like, who the fuck's better than him in that role right there? It's crazy to me, man.
Because he's indoctrinated in the system.
Well, yeah, he's indoctrinated into the system. It's really the Matrix. I mean, red pill, blue pill. I mean... Yes, he was trained a certain way. He's a legitimate fucking journalist and broadcaster. And this is a guy who helped teach other generations like Josh Matthews, who's hired in fucking TNA forever and is now hired in AEW to hopefully help the people you have doing commentary in AEW, Dave, do their jobs better too. Josh Matthews, who is mini Michael Cole to a fucking T. And now you have Vic Joseph. And now that Vince's handcuffs are off and you don't watch WWE, you watch the fucking YouTube clips, okay? Well, 2 Joshi wrestlers are apartment wrestling in your basement. I don't know.
There's a lot of things he does that I don't think he can help himself anymore. But goddamn, it's like
he can help himself. That's not that hard to. That's not a hard habit to break. But I mean, it's like
Dave is the except you actually talking about hard habits to break while talking. Actually except Tony Khan. Oh, that's not a hard habit to break. He should do better.
Nobody tells him to not do it because it's the way. This is what Vince McMahon teaches, and Vince McMahon knows all and all that. And Vince kind of did the same thing when
Vince isn't there. These guys are fucking existing there 5 years ago.
He was an announcer. Well, he did.
He did the stupid 1-2. That's it, and then it wasn't.
Yeah,
but like I understand, like doing it every now and then is fine. But like,
and he did the stupid 1-2. That's it, and then it wasn't. That's not stupid. That's not stupid. Have you seen a hockey game? And oh my, McDavid with the goal, no, off the crossbar. Oh my goodness, it looked like it hit the back of the net, but like, what are you talking? These guys are fucking stupid, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't just watch wrestling, dude. You got to watch other shit sometimes.
When you do it every single time, it's like you always know. It's like when the guy looks at the referees, he's counting. It's like you always know.
Yeah, I agree with that one. With pins, you got to feel it.
It kills the drama of the finish when the announcer tells you it's over, and you know it's not over.
You know it's not.
And then the guy looks at the
What do you mean? When have they ever had this discussion? Though, not to make it what about AEW, but this is what we're talking about. Of all the things to pick apart in that match, that's such like a minor thing. To where the same shit in AEW, they would say, he'd be like 5-star. I mean, well, when the one young buck went on the shoulders of Kevin Knight and then Mike Bailey went on the shoulders and then they chicken fought and then a backflip to the outside Doomsday Destroyer landed on his feet. It's like, bro, and you have none of the same energy. And this is where people got to call the shit out. I have to. And I'm not saying like that main event was a banger. Yes, can we dissect like Michael Cole going, that's it? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that sells it to me a bit. Like he thought that was going to be it. I don't know. I'd have to register that. And the false finishes are, I mean, the arena. Dave says I rate matches based off the emotion of the crowd and shit. Meanwhile, the crowd was so hot. They were panning to the crowd and people were hands on their heads, covering their eyes, their mouths, freaking out. The crowd was going insane at some of those false finishes and shit. And usually Dave would like this type of shit, but it's WWE, so they have to go Michael Cole. Like Excalibur hasn't had the shittiest, least memorable. Really think about it. What's a memorable Excalibur call? The most memorable AEW call is Tony Khan going, "It's Sting," Tony Schiavone going, "It's Sting," which is something he did in WCW. That's the most memorable AEW call. So, like, honestly, think of one. What's like an amazing call? Like, we can all remember Joey Styles being like, "Oh my God," or Jim Ross being like, "By God, he's dead. He's broken in half." Like there's a million of them we can remember. Michael Cole has so many of them to the point like vintage Undertaker became like his coined expression, just naturally. So I can't think of one Excalibur one that made me go like, oh my God, what a legendary call. There's been some in the UFC as well, where John Anik was like, Joe Rogan always talks about it. The one with Leon Edwards, where he's like, that's not the cloth from which he's cut. Then he just lands a head kick knockout. Or the one on Brendan Schaub where Joe Rogan's talking and then Mike Goldberg goes, "Huh, you should be a comedian." And then boom, right when he says that, Brendan Schaub gets knocked out. And that, you know what I mean? You can go to all the sports and there's legendary calls. I can't remember one Excalibur one is the point I'm getting at rather. And I remember even Taz when like the ring exploded and he's like, "Holy shit." You remember that like it was yesterday. I don't remember one Excalibur one. And I've given 8 million examples and said that a million times because I really want to beat people over the head with that. So where is the commentary? This is what I mean. Like you're just going and picking apart commentary. Well, are we going to really play that game, dude? Because that's way crazy. Just put over the main event, Dave. You know what I mean? The false finishes had you. Michael Cole's call ruined it for me. Why? Because he said that's it when it wasn't it. Well, you know it's not it when Seth hits the Falcon Arrow and shit. You know what I mean? You know it's not it, bro. Come on. The crowd, you always talk about the crowd, and I'm the observer. Well, did you observe the crowd? Right? That should be 5 stars by the way Dave explains it. I'm objective, and I just look at how the crowd moves. That's what he's been saying. He's quadrupled down on this. We've covered it ad nauseum. Okay, then that match was like a fucking 5, right? Like just by your a 4 by your metric. So don't fuck around and start talking about Michael Cole now. Sorry, I have to go. I have to defend my guy Cole. Okay?
Referee, you know he's going to kick out.
Yeah, he killed the near falls. The difference, I was thinking about this because Vince was the first one to do it, but the reason he wasn't as bad was because in those days, 90% of your TV matches were squashed, so he didn't do it in those matches. He only did it in some matches, like the pay-per-view matches. And also, the audience wasn't nearly as sophisticated then as it is now, so they don't pick up on those. They didn't pick up on those patterns. I mean, Vince did it, and it's like, I knew it, but most people didn't.
I knew it. Oh, listen to this fucking. I knew it, but the rest of these dumb restarts over here, they didn't know at that time, Brian. I mean, I knew it, but back then, none of these smarks in the crowd knew it, Brian.
But now, everyone knows when you say for the win, it means he's kicking out. And
now the audience knows for the win, it means he's kicking out. You mean the company that has the most casuals watching it in the wrestling space right now? You mean that audience thinks that when he says, oh, he's about to win it? Dave, man. Dave.
It killed some of the near falls by doing that. I mean,
killed them.
Especially the one where it really could have been the win.
The near falls aren't killed when people get doomsday dropped on their heads outside, then middle rope pile drivered, then Ospreay hits his finish, and then it's a fucking kick out, and then the guy does a flip, and then it's a clothesline kick out, and then he flips out of it, hits a power bomb, bruv powers up, hits his finisher, hits his second finisher, 1, 2, like it doesn't kill it that way. And you give that 6 stars, but this killed it because Michael Cole went, oh, I think that's it. Oh my God, that wasn't it. And the crowd was like, holy shit, which you just said. You just said the crowd was chanting holy shit. So you mean that way, Dave? Holy shit, man. We're going to chant holy shit at this dude.
Well, what I didn't really, I thought this match was like excellent, but the one complaint
it was an excellent match. Yeah.
The one complaint I had is when Jay hit like his moves. I mean, super kick, spear, splash off the top, Seth kicks out. And then at the end, they have all the schmaz and, bronze hair killing dudes and spearing this guy and that guy. And Seth ends up hitting the stomp. And he's got the win. He's going to win the title.
Oh, I know. And he doesn't cover him when the music hits.
And CM Punk comes out and the place goes wild. And they end up going. They didn't even call for the bell, by the way. CM Punk just hits the ring with a chair and it's over. There's no bell.
And I get, yes, you don't go for the cover when the music hits. But here's the thing. That's why the music hit. And it's the same thing at Survivor Series. Seth hears Punk's music. He fucking snaps. Typically, he goes off, man. He starts snarling. Now, I will say this. They fucked that up a bit in the build to Mania where Seth was just standing there, and I kept highlighting that. But they didn't fuck it up because Seth knew he had Heyman in his back pocket. So looking back, right, hindsight, it was just a plot point. I wasn't even roasting it, but I was like, I don't like how Seth was just kind of standing there. But it was just a plot point to that story. He's got it in the bag at Mania. So with this one, it was unexpected. That was out of his plan for Punk to come out now. So he gets caught off by the music and instantly he hates Punk so goddamn much. Right? So it's not out of Seth's character. Yeah. Anyways.
No announcement. But my point is this.
Yeah.
Seth is the star. He's the bigger star of the two.
Yes.
And I just felt like Braun.
Seth is the bigger star of Braun and Seth, or Seth and Jay? Who's he talking about here?
Should have done something.
Or Punk and Seth? Who's he talking about?
When Jay hit that super kick, spear, big splash, it's like Seth kicking out of it, and then having the match won when somebody ran in to interfere, I just felt like it kind of made Jay look like a weak champion.
It
And
did.
the last thing you need is for Jay to look like a weak champion.
You guys are always saying he's a weak champion. Everybody's always saying Jay is a weak champion. That's been what he's overcoming this whole time. And for him, it's always about overcoming, especially now that he has the title. For Jay, it's about he's the underdog champion still. So I get it. I'm not a big fan of like hit all your fucking finishes. And I agree with Brian a little bit here. He's trying. But at the same token, again, that sort of fits Jay this whole time. He had to beat Gunther by choking Gunther out, you know? And Gunther, again, to add to his story as well, he's lost only a couple times and he just taps real quick. He doesn't like adversity, you know? And it's very chicken shit heelish to just like, no, I'm out of here before I get choked out. Like he'll embarrass people by choking them out who show more heart, who won't give up. Right. And that's what they show when like, oh, you catch Gunther in a I love that. That's actually a really brilliant piece of his character there. So Jay wins by overcoming and exploiting and like being smart and shit like that. Not that he uses these powerful moves, right? Because he's been using these same fucking moves since he was in a tag team. Right. So, oh, here's our tag finisher. You jump over my back and you land and it's just a splash, but I'm in the ring, you know? So he's had to work through that his whole career. I get it. But it's not like the hidden blade, the double butterfly tornillo driver, and a middle rope tombstone. You know, it's not like he's hitting him with that shit. It's a super kick, a splash, and a fucking, what'd you say? An elbow, a spear? Yeah, an elbow? What were you saying?
Because he kind of is a weak champion. Like, he got it for a yeetin'. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So I think I think they should have had something after that big splash.
Well, Brian just said it. I think he's a weak champion, right? I mean, he got it for yeeting. Exactly. Exactly. Yep, that's exactly. You nailed it, buddy. You guys caught on.
Like somebody pulled the ref out of the ring or put the foot on the rope behind the ref's back or something.
Oh, God.
Something.
Yeah.
It
well,
was just
so they should have added another schmoz onto all the schmoz you guys were just saying was schmoz. Like, come on, man.
You fucking mark!
Come on,
it
bro.
was too clean.
The pull the ref out of the ring thing is pretty lame too. But the thing that was so the lamest is, like you said,
this is a guy who's like hologram versus Blake Christian in a triple threat with Ricochet, 5 stars.
Seth hasn't won. He's about to cover the guy, and then they play the music. And Punk ain't gonna get there in 3 seconds. You know what I mean? No matter how.
Right. It's not about that though. It's not about that, and it's about that. When Punk's hitting the ring, and maybe he missed his time cue or something, but he's going to come down, Seth's instantly distracted. He knows Punk's going to come down and fight. And the other thing is you don't know what's going on with the refs. Like, they're throwing the match out right away. So we sort of explained it, but yes, Dave is right. He could have got the pin. That makes sense. I mean, ultimately, but where was he when we're talking about Aubrey Edwards missing people's feet on the ropes? And you guys know what I'm saying? Like, there's none of this same energy when it comes to any other fucking wrestling show but WWE, when this is like a minor thing. Dave, the music hits, it serves as a distraction. Remember when Dave, I'm going to give you a perfect example. Remember when Alvarez argued to Dave, well, why did Okada's music hit? And why didn't the guys keep fighting? And Dave's like, well, it was a distraction. It's because Don Callis was so smart.
Wrestling's not fake!
Well, you know, Don Callis, it just proves how smart he was because Okada's music hit and it just served as a distraction for Buddy.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
So now here he's like, oh, the music, and he didn't pin him. But it's Okada and Buddy Matthews. And he's like, well, you know, the distraction, Okada, they played the music and he wasn't there. And then the interference came later, Brian. It's like, Dave, man, you got to keep the same energy. Like, I got you pegged down. That's why I can just whip out a perfect example 1-to-1 out of my ass like that. Freestyling. Because you can't keep up with your own bullshit. Right?
He's about to cover the guy, and then they play the music. And Punk ain't going to get there in 3 seconds.
Okay, so then why did Buddy Matthews stop fighting when Okada's music hit? Like, you were just arguing with Brian. We covered it on the show about the same thing like months ago.
You know what I mean? No matter how hard he sprints, he could have just covered him. And if at least Jimmy kicks out or Jay kicks out, it's like at least he kicked out, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't.
Also, one thing should be noticed when Punk's music hit, the ref hit the deck to be to the outside of the ring, and he was waving people like, "Oh, it's what the fuck," you know what I mean? So I think he was like trying to wave everyone out, and then Punk's attacking him. It's a DQ. I just think the camera didn't catch it that well, and Dave again is just being such a Melvin right here.
But Punk, I mean, Rollins just looks like a goof because he's like paralyzed by the music and doesn't even go for the pin when in theory this title is for the taking at this point.
Yes. But I mean, as far as like
the referee, I'm pretty sure if we can go back and get a clip, the referee hit the deck immediately when Punk's music hit too and went outside the ring because there were still shenanigans going on, if my memory serves me correct, outside the ring. And the ref's like, well, everyone out, and then Punk hits the ring. Go back. By the time Punk hits the ring, the ref's not even in the ring. And I don't even remember hearing the bell ring, and they're just going at it. So, yeah, you, Dave, need to rewatch. You need to not be typing 80 million words this year while you're watching this shit. And you need to keep the same energy with Okada. Mr. Okada.
Match, and especially like the heat.
The heat was great.
I mean, the thing with the heat is, like, it started out, it was fine. And then they started doing near falls, and it gets really good. And then it all built to that big spot where they finally hit CM Punk's music. And man, they hit that guy's music, and this place went insane.
Yeah,
for CM Punk's music.
They didn't expect that he was going to be there.
No, they went absolutely wild. And then he hit the ring and ran wild, and then they did the thing when the show went off the air to set up that other match. So they got a lot of irons in the fire, as they say.
Yep.
And I think the other reason they did the match on this show, I mean, they should have announced it in advance.
No, they shouldn't have. No, they should not have, you idiot.
But this is kind of their deal where we got a pay-per-view coming and we got 5 matches. So we're going to do one big match.
Yeah. Like, see, they're sour. They're butthurt about it. Well, this is their deal. This dumb deal they do where they have a pay-per-view. So let's surround the events around the pay-per-view with a bunch of fucking big title matches and matches you care about. Because instead of overstuffing a pay-per-view and having you all complain about the quality and how long they are and shit and who's left off them or whatever, just to fit everyone on because... Yeah, why have a fucking big title match on the go-home show and make our go-home show feel important? And they're just, like, bummed out about it. It's this deal they do where it's called pro wrestling.
Like, there's no world title match on this show. There's just undisputed title. So we do the world title match on TV for free. They'll probably do some big match on SmackDown for free, too.
No shit. No shit, Sherlock. So, Brian, I know you're trying, but at the end of the day...
Brian...
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. I want to thank you all. Oh, you guys are like, read super chats, asshole. Lucy Moody for 5 says, I've disliked Dave for decades. When did you realize he was a fancy Mr. So-and-so? Well, he's always had that Valley Girl, Brian. Like, that's part of his cadence, right? See, I like to think my impressions, I really find like the nuance. That's what makes a good impression. It's not, yeah, I like to find the nuances in the people that, that I do, the little things. So with Dave, it's that there's a bit of that Valley Girl, Brian. I'm Whitney Cummings. Like, there's a bit of that in there. And it's not me, like other people brought it up to me. Like Meltzer said, does a great job of pointing that out. And so, yeah, that's where, I don't know. That's where I kind of came up. If that's what you're alluding to, like how he's kind of like, oh, Brian, and now foul Norway for 3 leaves a blank thing there. And I'm sorry, I didn't see your message. You're probably just trying to support. That's what you said last time. And thank you, now foul, for being here. I'm really happy that I just got to wreck Dave for a little while. And we did it, man. It's like 11:30 East Coast time. We did a late-ass show. Round of applause for the PWT universe for being here. Thank you, Awful Wrestling. Everybody go and tune into Awful Wrestling's YouTube channel and his Twitter and all that. I'm sure you already are. Tomorrow in the morning, the Squared Circle Maniacs, Don Wayne and Johnny Bottles, will be on the pod with me. We preview Backlash, and we sort of talk about, the IWC and how their sentiments towards WWE as of late and all the bookings. So don't miss that. Also, Saturday, we're going live for Backlash, obviously a watch along. And I'll have some fun folks joining me. I'm going to throw the link out to a handful of people. We're going to party, have a good little time. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Dave Meltzer for being so goddamn stupid. Chat, I love you all. Thank you. This was a long one, over 4 hours. I hope I did a good job. Did you all have fun tonight? I had a brilliant time tonight. I'll leave you all with some Becca and whatever else comes on. Round of applause for me because it was such a fun time. And if you're on X, come on over to YouTube. We're almost at 7,000 subs on the main channel. We're almost at 2,000 subs on the long form channel, and the replay will be up there right after. Take care of each other, drink lots of water. It's getting hot out. We still have a great turnout, like well over 400, almost 450 people. It's May. People are getting out of there, doing the damn thing. So I appreciate that you spend your time with me. I can't wait for Backlash. And until next time, I bid you all adieu, and I'll see you all in the upside down. Peace and love, everyone.
Stuck a bitch. You're about to get vile. Yeah. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself. Stacking high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. Ain't shit old but my wealth. And my oppie's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin when I'm working on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, yeah, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I be flexing like the dudes high on tread, all natural. Better give her 10s. They say Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs, I'm a woman in STEM. My eggs, fertile, healthy, and femme. My trades, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
毎日
Sunday,
毎
Monday,
日
Tuesday,
日立の
Wednesday,
細長
Thursday,
静
Friday,
か
Saturday,
サラサラ
Sunday comes again.
きれいな空気体には細長が気持ちいいんです日立のビッグフローウェルネス日立フレ